Testing 1, 2, 3. Doors open, guys. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm sorry. Is it simple? No, man. Yes. Did you get a hold of somebody? No. They are looking. It wasn't specifically for the care. It was like a rent to own thing. Yeah. Yeah, no, you can tell me. Well, you know you do it. But we interviewed the worst. Yeah, I was all excited, but the guy not walking in the chair place. She bought the chair over 12 years ago. But the guy didn't remember her. And it was actually, yeah, I was all excited. But good girl. I'm so grateful. That would have been like $1,200 at least. $1,300. Yeah, I was all excited. Good girl. I'm so grateful. And I'm not like that. Oh my goodness. My sister went in the hospital last night. She was out. Oh my God. Gosh, yeah, stop. Yeah. No, she didn't tell her. Yeah. You won't forget who you are. Roots of parents' witnesses. I gotta go to school and buy up the first readers. You're cold, right? They want to shoot three.
Okay, testing sound. All right, that looks good. Okay, those of you in YouTube world that are joining us live, please let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Let me click sound check. And then we'll get started. Good morning, guys. I've lost my pen. There we go. Get this out of the way. Very good. Oh, hi, Mai. Thank you so much. So glad you're joining us today. All right. How is everybody this morning? Good. Very good. Yes, me too. Me too. The AC should cool us down in just a few minutes. So to go over your homework, you were supposed to read chapter 1 in the blue book and then take the test on page 132 in the white book. Everybody do that? Yay. Good job. Oops. Good morning. And did you grade the test on page 132? Everybody grade it? If you didn't grade it, take a minute to do that. The answer key is on the very last page of the book. You need a set of books. Yes. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Okay. So when I call your name, if you can tell me your grade from page 132, or if you didn't do the grade, how many you missed? Is that me? That is me. I'm supposed to be off here. Why am I not off? It should be off. All right, Kathleen, how did you do? Very good. Samira? Thank you. Simmery? Thank you. Shelley? Thank you. Taylor? Thank you. Nicole? Thank you. Joe, not here. Hillary? Denise? Okay, so let me go back to Hillary. Are you saying pass like you don't have the score, or pass like you passed the test?
No, I don't.
Okay, perfect. That's fine. So Denise, okay, thank you. Thank you. Uh, Catherine Thurkill. Let me, because I got two Catherines. Catherine T. Catherine here? No. Okay. Bree. Thank you. Kathy Watson. Thank and Lance. Thank you. All right. Any questions on what you missed? So did you miss anything and you're not sure why you missed it? Anything you want me to explain to you?
Says, what is the name of the law that keeps patients' health information private?
Mm-hmm.
There's OBRA, HIPAA, OSHA, and NAFTA.
Okay. OBRA is what kind of forms our legal framework as CNAs. So OBRA is a law, it's a legal framework, but it more directs where we work, what we do. It kind of oversees our entire, gives the patient bill of rights, you know, how we're supposed to interact with patients, that kind of thing. HIPAA is a law that keeps health information private. And HIPAA is not just in like medicine, you'll also have HIPAA in all kinds of industries now. So basically, your information should only be seen by the people that need to see it to do their job. Now, let me explain to you why this is important. I mean, most of you guys have grown up with HIPAA, so it's not kind of a big deal to you. But before HIPAA showed up in 1996, if your neighbor called up the hospital and said, "Hey, I'm Fred's neighbor. I'm really concerned about him. How's he doing today?" we would tell you whether you wanted Fred to know, you know, or you wanted the neighbor to know. We would just tell you anything. Visitors come and go out of the hospital, no check-in required. I mean, it was like the most, from a security standpoint, lax, unbelievable system. So, you know, there are times when you don't really need other people to know what's going on with you. You get to decide how much of your information gets shared and how much you want to keep private. So that's why that law came into being. Now, the other reason for that law, a little more nefarious, actually. When you go to a doctor's office, they don't just want your name and birth date. They want all of your information, including your social security number. Now, that's kind of that's a biggie. So they want your health insurance information. They want your social security number. They want your address. They want the name of the next of kin. They got all of this information. Anybody in that setting could easily use it for identity theft. So there needed to be some safeguards in place. And remember, we had no security controls at all. So once that was in your folder, man, it was for everybody. So we had to have some security protocols in place that would, number one, prevent people from accessing information they didn't need. Like a CNA, you don't need the patient's social security number, right? To brush your teeth, you do not need their social. I guarantee you, you don't need their social security number to brush their teeth, right? So we limited the information to just the people that were required to have it to do their job. And we put penalties in place so that anybody that didn't need it, accessed it, we could punish that. Okay, and overall, I mean, HIPAA was a good thing. The implementation of it probably could have been a little bit smoother, but it's not really supposed to be a punishing law. It's supposed to be a protective law. And the reason behind it was good. But a lot of people hold it more like a club, you know. Just remember that if it's not something that you would want out in the public, you don't need to be putting it in the public. Now, HIPAA in our day and age over the last 10 years has taken on a whole new meaning. with social media. Now that social media wasn't even in existence when this thing passed in 1996. The internet was barely a thought in 1996. So now HIPAA is having to be applied to social media. And it's kind of a gray area. We're kind of learning as we go here. But when it comes to social media, less is definitely more. Everything that happens at work should stay at work. Don't post it on your social media about, oh, I've got this really cute patient. He's so sweet. He did this today. Nobody needs to know that. That's work. That is totally separate from your personal life. Do not mix the two. A lot of people think they can get away with it as long as they aren't publishing any identifying, name or facility or any. Just don't leave your patients out of it. If they want to go on social media, they are more than welcome to do that. You don't get to make that decision for them. So our social media policy is don't. It's pretty easy social media policy. Okay. That makes sense? So HIPAA is the law that protects privacy of patients and limits the amount of information you can access to just what's necessary. Okay, good. Makes sense? OSHA is workplace safety laws, and NAFTA is the treaty agreement for trade. It has nothing to do with healthcare. Just some initials out there. Any other questions? Anything else? No? Okay. Tonight, your homework, you have two chapters to read, chapters 2 and 3, and they're long. Pack a lunch. They are long. And a little on the boring side, actually, if I'm going to be completely honest. But it's stuff that you need to understand, stuff that you need to know. Chapter 2 is going to be all the nice how to treat your patient type of stuff. Chapter 3 is going to cover safety. So workplace safety, patient safety, your safety, body mechanics and such like that. Chapter 3 is going to be very, very important. There's going to be a lot of questions on the written test about chapter 3. Pay attention to it. Very, very important. But I want to give you guys some study tips. Has anyone ever taken a class on how to study? Anybody? So I'm going to condense that how to study 6-hour class down to about 2 minutes. Okay. When you're studying anything, have you ever read something and then about, halfway down the page, you realize you have no idea what you just read? Like your eyes took in the words, but your brain was taking daisies or something, right? Yeah, it happens all the time. Well, think of your brain like a sponge, right? When you get a sponge wet, it soaks in water. But at some point, it has soaked in all the water it can soak in, and everything's just going to fall off of it from that point, right? Well, your brain is kind of like that. When you're reading something, your brain is going to get saturated. It's not going to take any more in after that point. So you need to give your brain time to digest what you just read. So you need to read for 10 or 15 minutes and then go do something mindless. Something that doesn't take a whole lot of thought power, like washing the dishes, taking the dog for a walk, going out and playing with the kids, even turning on TV. But you want to try to give your mind some calm and rest for a few minutes so it can digest what you just read. Your brain will, in the background, you probably won't even know it's happening, but in your background, your brain will kind of catalog what it just read and put it in certain filing cabinets so that you can research it later. It stores the information. But if you just keep piling more and more and more and more on, your brain's like, hey, dude, I'm not done with over here. That's just going to have to sit. I'm not doing anything with that. So when you're studying, especially when you've got 2 chapters to read and they're very long and they're very boring and you're just not going to want to do it, study in 10 to 15 minute sessions and then go do something else. Come back and read 10 or 15 minutes more. Go do something else. It is a way of getting your brain much more engaged in the material. You will remember more. And more importantly, you'll be able to access it when it comes time to test. Okay. So study tips. All right. Let's move along here. We have a lot of things to cover today. Good morning. We have a lot of things to cover today. And if you look at our syllabus, you'll see that we are going to learn 3 skills plus a bonus skill, glove removal. We have 4 principles to cover, but there's no kind of practice time built into today's lesson. The first 2 weeks, I don't give you a lot of practice time in class because you still are in learning mode. It doesn't do me a whole lot of good to give you practice time in the first 2 weeks because you're not going to use it. You'll sit there at those tables. I won't be able to get you up. You have 0 confidence right now. You will. So we're all just going to sit here and look at each other, which is, I'd rather teach, right? So the first 2 weeks, you're going to see that there's no practice time built in. You are still encouraged to practice at home on your own with whatever human you've got laying around. You also have access to this room on Mondays and Wednesdays from the time class ends until 4 o'clock. So you can stay after, make friends, exchange, phone numbers to form study groups. You can stay until 4 o'clock. The room is open and you can practice. After graduation, you can practice from 1:30 until 4 on Mondays and Wednesdays. Now, you don't have to write this down. It's actually on the back of your ID badge. It says practice room. Yeah, I know. I've taken all the notes for you guys. Like I said, all you got to do is show up and stay reasonably awake. So you can come in here after graduation, and that's when you'll really take advantage of the room because you've got all the knowledge behind you, but your test is looming. You've got to get the skills down. So you're going to come in and practice. That's when most people take advantage of the practice room, but there's some rules that go along here. You need to be in uniform. You need to have your ID badge, and no outsiders are allowed. So no family, friends, pets, children, no outside, only people that are supposed to be here. That's my liability insurance requirement. Okay. So make friends, make study groups, agree to come in at certain times. But remember, Mondays and Wednesdays from 1:30 until 4 after graduation. While you're enrolled, though, it's on class days, it's from class end until 4. I give you that 30-minute buffer for a reason. You guys are all nervous. It's week 1. You didn't know what to expect on Monday. You're scared out of your mind, right? Now, how awkward would it be if people were lined up outside that door at 1 o'clock? It would really kind of make you feel a little intimidated, a little awkward because they're the seniors, you're the freshmen. So I give you that half-hour buffer while you're enrolled. That's your time. But starting at 1:30, you may have others come in and join you. Okay. Does that make sense? Is that good? All right. Unfortunately, YouTube world, you do not have that benefit. That is the benefit of enrolling in the class. And when you're practicing here, you have all of the supplies. This is just like a testing center. So you have a mannequin to work on. You've got all of the supplies. Everything is set up as if you're testing. If you're practicing at home, you can do something similar, but you may not have all of the correct supplies to make this work. Like we're going to be using a gait belt. You probably don't have one of those at home. We're going to learn to empty the urinary drainage bag. You probably don't have one of those at home. We're going to be learning how to clean dentures. You probably don't have one of those at home. So we do have a practice kit that you can purchase that has supplies in it that you can practice everything at home. So everything that I have here is in the kit. We have actually 2 kits. We have a basic kit and then we have a deluxe kit. The deluxe kit adds in dentures, a catheter so you can kind of play with it and see how it works, a bath blanket, which we'll talk about today, and a denture cup. So the basic kit has everything else you need, and that's just a basic. So you've got bedpan, emesis basin, bath basin, toothbrush, all the stuff. Well, as we go through, including a gate belt. So kind of keep that in mind. If you come in here, it's free. It's all right here. You need to come in and practice, save yourself some money. But if you can't, some people can't come in because of work schedules, childcare, transportation. Remember that the practice kit is available for you. And it's also good for my YouTube people as well, because they can't come in and practice. So good? Good. Okay. So today we have a lot to cover, but we're going to start out with gloves. And I start here because you have some preconceived conceptions about gloves. And I've got to reinforce the good ones and get rid of the bad ones. And this is going to take me a little bit of time. So for about the next 20 minutes or so, we're going to be talking about gloves. A lot of people think, well, in healthcare, you wear gloves for everything. You just walk in the room, you put the gloves on, and you're good. You know, you wear them for everything because patients have cooties, right? They have ooey gooeys. We don't want to touch that stuff. We want to keep ourselves safe. So in healthcare, we often default to wear gloves for everything to keep you safe. But that's not the best thought process. Let's go back and think about the patient experience. You guys remember talking about that on Monday, about the patient? So we've got somebody who's in a strange environment. They're away from home. They have a roommate. They are not properly dressed for company, right? They're worried. They're distracted. They're self-absorbed. They got a lot of stuff going on. But through all of that, you know that the patients in the hospital are pretty aware that they're around sick people. Like, they get that. And they understand that you just came from another room. And they don't know how sick that patient was, but they are pretty sure they don't want whatever sick that patient's got. And they are a little bit concerned about being in the proximity of so many super sick people. Now, what they probably don't realize is that they really are at way more risk than they think they are, right? They're aware that that danger exists, but right now their immune system is busy. It's trying to take care of whatever's killing them. Remember, I said every patient in the hospital is dying. Just ask, they'll tell you, right? So their immune system is currently very busy right now. So if they know that they are in a dangerous environment full of pathogens, and we know that their immune system's pretty busy right now, then we've got to do everything that we can to prevent bringing pathogens to this patient. So thinking about that, who are those gloves there to protect? Us or the patient? You're going to wash your hands before you touch any patient. That gives you clean hands to touch the patient with. Remember, we saw that was a checkpoint, right? You're also going to wash your hands at the end of every skill because you want to wash off that patient's cooties. So as long as you don't have any cuts or sores or anything like that, you're pretty safe because you're washing your hands before and after. So if you're pretty safe, who are those gloves there to protect? Yeah, and we don't think about that in healthcare. We think, oh my gosh, this guy's got cooties. I need some gloves. And that's actually a very dangerous mindset because when you wear gloves routinely without thinking about it, you're not thinking about it. So I'm going to show you a demonstration about this. We're not going to use medical. We're going to use something way different than medical, a different industry, because I think that this will help you understand this concept way quicker. Okay. So this is kind of a fun activity that I do. Oops. Let me go back here. It should not be playing here. Oops. Hold on one second. There it is. Okay. All right. So we're going to build a sandwich. Has nothing to do with healthcare. Anybody ever go to any place? We're not going to say names, right? And have a sandwich built in front of you. Anybody ever do that? What do they wear when they're building your sandwich? Right, because you don't want them touching that food. I mean, that's just kind of nasty. You don't want to eat a sandwich that somebody's touched with their bare hands. So we are going to order a sandwich and they are going to put on gloves. And we're happy with that, right? So once they have gloves on, they're going to ask, what kind of bread do you want? And you're going to decide, white, multigrain, whole wheat, whatever your preference is, maybe a wrap, could be bread. I mean, whatever your preference is. But that bread is usually stored in some sort of a covered container near. So they're going to have to get into that to get your bread. So they do. They grab you a loaf of bread. And we're only going to make a half a sub because, we're watching our calories. So they're going to pick up the knife that's on the counter and they're going to cut that bread in half. And then they're going to slice that bread open. Now, they do have gloves on, so they're not touching your food. Once they get the bread sliced, we want some mayonnaise because nobody likes a dry sandwich. And that mayonnaise has this little spreader thing kind of stuck in it all the time. And they're going to pick that up and they are going to use that mayonnaise on your bread. Once they get the mayonnaise spread, then they're going to ask you, do you want any mustard or other sauces, Chipotle, what do you want? So in this case, I ordered honey mustard because I like honey mustard. So they picked up that bottle and they put the honey mustard on my sandwich. Once they do that, by the way, I got a club, which has bacon on it. So they reached into the bacon container and got the bacon, the little plastic wrap, and got the bacon. And they set it aside while they got the meat. Now, once they got that ready to go, they asked about cheese. Now, I like cheese, but she didn't have any under the counter. So she had to go over here to this little chiller drawer and open the drawer to look for cheese. Sadly, there wasn't any. So she had to go into the walk-in cooler to get some cheese. Once she got that cheese, then she had to slice it. Now, we have cheese on our sandwich now, and I want that cheese melted, so we're going to get it toasted. And of course, I said yes. But unfortunately, whoops, go down to the next one. Unfortunately, the toaster was busy. So she waited, and she kind of hung out while she waited. Eventually, the toaster became free, and she was able to put my sandwich in and hit all the buttons to get the time in there. And she waited for my sandwich. And then once it was done, she used that paddle thing to pull it out so she didn't burn herself. And she put it on the counter. And now we got to toppings. What toppings did I want? Well, of course, I want lettuce and tomato. And what I didn't show you here is that the tomato I actually want to cut in half. So she used the knife to cut that tomato in half. Remember, the knife that's going to be used to cut somebody's bread later on. And then finally, she folded it together and finished up and wrapped it up in a wrapper and put it into a bag and typed it on the little scale thing and put the sticker on the bag and handed it to me. Now I'm going to tell you, this actually happened yesterday. I took these photos yesterday.
I just say I think about these things every single time I watch somebody make my sandwich and you're driving me nuts.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, but like the wrapper, the thing covering the bread is equivalent to the curtain. It's all the same thing.
Right. So don't
I think
freak
about it
out.
all the time, and I'm like,
Then we can-
Yeah. Don't
Right.
freak out yet. Don't freak out yet. But yes,
the gloves are covering her hand, not my sandwich.
so that's right. So I'm going to tell you, this is very real. I mean, you can look at the timestamps on this. I literally stood there and took pictures of this whole process yesterday, and I ate the sandwich. It was good. It was good. There is nothing wrong with it. Your body needs a certain level of exposure to pathogens to keep your immune system in tip-top shape. Okay. It was a good sandwich. I don't want anybody boycotting sandwich places because of this.
Did you go to Publix?
I'm not gonna say where I went because I don't remember we're transmitting to YouTube world. So it was a delicious sandwich. But I need you to understand that we look for them to wear gloves because it gives us a false sense of security. It's not a real sense of security. Sure, her hands didn't touch those gloves, but the gloves touched everything else, right? So it's important for us to kind of understand when you wear gloves routinely, it's kind of important that you start paying attention to what those gloves touch. She had absolutely no idea what she did. No awareness. And the problem is that in healthcare, we don't either. We walk into a room, we put on a pair of gloves, we work with the patient, we pick up the snotty Kleenexes off the floor and throw them away, and we pour the patient a cup of water and hand it to them. We do it every day because we, just like the sandwich worker, are not aware of what we're touching because we think those gloves are there to protect us. So I need you to rearrange your thinking a little bit and start realizing that, yes, those gloves are there to help you, but they're way more there to help the patient. Does that make sense? So I thought it might be a good exercise to figure out what these gloves actually touched beyond the sandwich. So first thing we touched was the outside of the bread cart. I mean, it's not that bad, you know. And then we touched the knife on the counter. Remember I said that we're going to touch that knife again later. Then we touched the mayonnaise spreader. Now that mayonnaise spreader hangs out in that tub of mayonnaise all day.
Sorry.
All day. When we were waiting for the toaster, our hand hung out on the counter. We touched the toaster, LCD screen, and the handle. We touched the paddle. Oh, hold on. I have a little machine that's supposed to advance these slides for me. I can't get it to work right now. Remember, technology is not my friend. We touched the other sauce bottles, you know, like the honey mustard. We touched the bacon wrapper. We touched the cheese drawer. We touched the walk-in cooler. And what I didn't get to take a picture of is all the stuff in the walk-in cooler that she had to go through to find that cheese, that particular cheese package. So whatever containers were in there. She touched the slicer. She touched the counter. She touched the machine and the LCD screen, the paddle, the pickles, the lettuce, the tomato, and whatever other toppings I would have had put on. And no, I did not have oil, vinegar, or salt and pepper put on there, but she would have touched that too had I ordered it. So when you're looking at this, that's a whole lot of touching that's not my sandwich. Like I said, it was a delicious sandwich and I would eat it again. In fact, now I'm probably going to go order another one for lunch. Okay. It was a delicious thing. I don't want you to get caught up in, oh my gosh. But if you think this is bad, if I told you about a buffet.
Oh, Lord.
So we need to understand a little bit of exposure is good for us. It keeps our immune system active and healthy, and there's nothing wrong with this. What's wrong with it is that we wanted her to wear gloves to begin with. Because we thought that those gloves were going to do something. They didn't. They didn't. They gave us a false sense of security. Now, we need to translate this into medical, because in medical, we give patients a false sense of security by putting gloves on. And we, just like this sandwich worker, are very, very liable to touch a whole bunch of things before we touch that patient with those gloves. If we do that, are those gloves effective? No. So if the gloves, if we are trying to figure out if the gloves were effective, we have to think about, well, who are those gloves there for, right? If we're trying to figure out, were those gloves effective? Well, in the sandwich arena, who were the gloves for? The gloves were there to protect our sandwich. So were they effective? No, they kept all of that stuff off of the sandwich builder's hands. Right? Her hands are nice and clean now. But was that really what the gloves were intended to do? Were the gloves intended to keep her hands clean? Yeah, more intended to not gross up my sandwich. So when we're thinking about, are these gloves effective? We always have to stop and think about, in order to judge, are they effective? We have to think about, well, what is the desired result? What is the end game here? Who are those gloves there to actually protect? Well, in healthcare, like we just talked about, it's not you. You're going to a sink. You're going to wash your hands. You're going to scrub a dub for how long? Yeah. So whatever cooties you come across while you're caring for that patient are going right down that sink. So those gloves, not really there for you. They're there for the patient. So now that we have the right focus, we've got to figure out a way of performing skills where we can make those gloves effective to protect the patient. Make sense? So in order to understand this, we have to talk about the chain of infection. And this is, I'm going to simplify this principle. This is, I mean, people do like entire master's degrees, dissertations on this stuff. I'm going to make this like third grade simple. No pathogen, no problem. Okay. So if you don't have a pathogen, there is no chain of infection. If I have nothing bad living in me, doesn't matter. There's nothing there to get out, to get into you, to spread around. No pathogen, no problem. But if there's a pathogen, there's a problem. So pathogens can't exist out in the wide world. They're like fragile little flowers. They can't exist in the wide world. They have to live somewhere. They're not good homeless. They have no resources. They have to live in somewhere. So that somewhere is a host. You, me, your patients. That pathogen has to have somewhere to live. Now, as long as it's in its house, it's not a danger to anybody. Me in my house, not a danger to anybody. Nobody. But I have to have a doorway out to wreak havoc, right? So a pathogen inside a patient, still not a problem to you. It's got a home. It's happy in its home. It's living in its home. It is not a problem to you. But if that pathogen finds a doorway, now we got a few more problems. Now, a doorway can be a lot of things. It depends on how the pathogen travels. Because pathogens don't have legs. You can't see a coronavirus walking. Okay? They have no legs. They also don't have wings. They don't fly around. They have to travel in something else. Now, most pathogens hit you right in blood. That's an easy way to get around. Think of a river, right? That's the easy way to get around. Some pathogens can travel because they're super, super small and super, super light. Some of them can travel on air currents. So those are kind of your two extremes. Okay, the heavy ones travel by river. The light ones travel by air. And then you got a couple in the middle. Now, the ones in the middle are a little bit trickier, and those are kind of the harder ones to work with. Okay, so the heavy ones, blood, don't touch anybody's blood, you're fine. Okay, light ones, air, those are few and far between. The ones in the middle, you have pathogens that are transmitted by touch, by contact. So if I've got pathogens on my hand because I covered my mouth and I coughed and then I touched the door, that's contact. Those are kind of harder to confine because people touch a lot of stuff. And then you've got pathogens that aren't light enough to travel by air, but they can travel short distances, little hops by air on droplets, on mucus droplets. So in that case, every area around the patient within like 6 feet probably has pathogens. Okay. So these are the way that pathogens travel: by blood, by air, those are least common, by droplet, and by contact, most common. So we have to remember that pathogens have different ways of getting around. Now, the way out of the house is going to depend on how they get around. So if they get around by blood, any blood coming out of the patient would be a problem. If they travel by air, well, the patient can bleed all over me all day long. That's not a problem because it's not traveling by blood. But if they breathe on me, that could be a problem. Droplet has to be forcefully expelled: coughing, sneezing, laughing, talking with force. So up here, because I'm projecting, I'm talking with force. Just talking like a normal level, just day-to-day conversation. This really isn't much force involved. Okay. So droplet is by force. You're coughing, laughing, talking loud, sneezing, that type of thing. Contact is everywhere. Thankfully, very, 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 very few pathogens get around through contact. Unfortunately, we thought coronavirus at the very beginning was one of those. So that's why they had us, wiping off our ketchup bottles when we got back from the grocery store, because we just didn't know. The rate of transmission was so fast. We had to figure this part out. This was our missing piece. We didn't know how it traveled. Remember, if you've got something that travels by air, blood is not a problem. If you've got something that travels by blood, air is not a problem. But you got to figure out how they get around to know what doorway they're going to use out of the patient. Does that make sense? So no pathogen, no problem. But if you have a pathogen, it's going to live somewhere. Wherever it's living, it's got to have a way out that's equal to how it gets around. Now we've got a pathogen in the wild. And this is where it's a problem. Okay, pathogens inside someone, no problem. Pathogens that found a doorway out and a vehicle, now we got a problem because now they can go find a new somebody, a new house. This is where we are trying to prevent infection. This is where gloves intercede right here. We can't do anything about the pathogen. We can't get rid of it. Not as CNAs. We don't have that ability. We can't do anything about the person that has the pathogen. We can't do anything about any of their doorways, but we can do something here. If we wear gloves and we're careful about the things we touch with those gloves, we can help prevent the spread of pathogens beyond that person. Does that make sense? Now, if we aren't careful, if we go in, throw some gloves on, pick up the dirty Kleenexes, throw them away, pour the patient a cup of water and hand it to them, and we hand them pathogens, then they have to have a way for those pathogens to get in because your skin does an awesome job at keeping stuff out. Your skin is the best glove you will ever own. Best glove ever. Pathogens don't burrow. Remember, I said they only have 4 ways to get around. There's no drilling rig on a pathogen. It can't burrow into your skin. It doesn't work like that. It either has to come into contact with blood. It has to be breathed in. We have to bring droplets up to one of our holes in our face, touch something and bring it up here. Those are pretty much the only ways they can get in. Okay. Blood to blood contact, breathing in, or contact where you touch something and bring it to one of your holes. So our good rule here, if you want to prevent infections, is that don't let anything from anybody else's holes get into any of yours. Pretty easy, right? So if something came out of another person, you don't want it in you. That means that you want to be careful where your hands end up because most of our holes in our body are right here and most of our hands go right here. We bring our hands up to our face about 30 times an hour without ever thinking it. Your hands do things without your permission all the time. You need to start paying attention to your hands because they are your biggest betrayer. Pay attention to where your hands are. Okay, but don't let stuff from other people's holes into any of yours. So if I'm going to be working with blood, then I probably want a barrier, right? Because if I have gloves on, I'm probably not bringing them up to my face. So I want a barrier, something between that blood and me, just in case I have a cut so that that blood can't get into my body. I don't want it a doorway in. But I also wear gloves because I want to try to minimize my unconscious activity. You don't put your hands up here when you have gloves on. Okay, so it helps protect these holes. Does that make sense? Okay. If I'm going to be working with a patient who has an airborne illness, then my care plan is going to tell me to cover these holes. So mask, eyewear. If I'm going to be working with somebody who has a contact pathogen, then I want to cover every surface I can to prevent any of those things getting on me so I can take them to other patients. So I'm probably going to wear a gown, gloves, mask, hairnet, booties. I'm going to cover as much of me as I can. So it really depends on what type of pathogen we're dealing with and how it gets around. And that's going to determine what you are going to use to protect yourself and other patients. But remember, it's not just about you. We're trying to protect all the other patients. We don't want to bring it to them. on our clothing, on our hands, or breathing on them. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, once a pathogen does find a doorway in, that person has to be susceptible. This is where vaccines come in. Because sometimes we can't do much about this, especially with airborne, because you have this annoying habit of breathing, right? So if we've got an airborne something, we have a pathogen, we got a problem. It's living in somebody. It has a doorway out because they breathe all the time, right? It's traveling on air currents. We can't do anything about that. And you happen to breathe, so you're breathing it in. We can't fix this. No glove in the world is going to help you with an airborne problem. That's where vaccines come in, because now we're going to take the susceptibility out of it. We're going to try to give you some immunity so that your body can fight off that, whatever it is. Make sense? So we're trying to make you a non-susceptible host. So because if the pathogen gets in you, but it can't do what it needs to do to make more of it, well, it dies. It dies. That way you're not spreading it to other people. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. But susceptibility has more to do than just vaccines. Being overtired lowers your immune system. Partying until 2 a.m. and showing up for work the next day lowers your immune system. Not eating a healthy diet lowers your immune system. Not getting good cardio activity lowers your immune system. There's a lot of things that you do that can lower your immune system and make you susceptible. You also may have a physical condition that lowers your immune system. If you're currently sick with bronchitis, your immune system is not up and running. It's busy. You have an autoimmune disorder. Your immune system's not up and running. It's busy. So you need to be aware of your own health status too when you're working around contagious pathogens. So does this kind of make sense to you guys? Right? Remember that things that travel by river are not flying around in the air. There's only a very, 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 very few pathogens that are airborne. Very few. So bloodborne pathogens, not that common and really, really hard to catch because their blood has to get mixed with your blood. And that shouldn't be happening. Okay. We're not on, Dracula's finest hospital floor here. Their blood should not be mixing with yours. Most bloodborne pathogens get passed from person to person through IV drug use and unprotected sexual activity. Remember, don't let anything from anybody else's holes into any of your holes, and you're good. Okay? Make sense? So bloodborne, you kind of got to work hard to get. Airborne, very, very rare. It's the stuff in the middle we got to worry about. Contact and droplet. Those are the two that are going to be most common. Common cold, droplet. COVID, droplet. Flu, droplet. I mean, it's if you're coughing, it's droplet. Because that's how that pathogen's trying to get out. Something that most people don't realize, and I find this kind of fascinating. And in COVID land, I'm just going to use COVID because everybody knows COVID. It's kind of the buzzword of the century right now. So everybody thinks that COVID makes you cough and sneeze and gives you all these symptoms, right? You have symptoms when you have COVID. Not everybody. Some people have silent. But when you get COVID and you have symptoms, you have certain symptoms. It's actually not COVID that's making you do that. COVID doesn't make you have a fever. That's your immune system. It's pretty cool because the symptoms that you have are not actually being caused by that virus. The symptoms you have are being caused by your body's reaction to the virus. So have you ever had a house guest that stayed a little too long? And you're like, would you please just go away? I don't want you here anymore. It was good the first few days. It's time to go, right? So you start making yourself a little more scarce. You're not cooking big dinners anymore. Get the hint, dude, go home, right? So what that is in your body is a fever. When you get sick, your body makes the body inhospitable. It turns up the thermostat. Hey, I'm going to make you uncomfortable. So you leave. That's what a fever is. It's trying to provide an uncomfortable environment for that. Coughing. Your body says, hey, there is something here that should not be here. It doesn't belong. We're going to try to push it out. But first, we're going to gum it up with mucus. Because if we produce mucus, it can kind of gum up all of those bad things, the pathogens. And then we can push it out through coughing and sneezing. Isn't that cool? So all these symptoms that we absolutely hate, they're actually made by us. So it's kind of neat that your immune system, and that tells you, hey, my immune system's actually working. It's doing what it should do. Pretty cool. And then we take, all those cold medicines to get rid of all those symptoms. May not always be the best option. Orange juice, chicken noodle soup, and the couch with a Hallmark channel. Let your body fight it off. Of course, we do treat fevers. You don't want your temperature to go too high because sometimes your body doesn't know when too much is too much. It starts slamming cabinet doors, So we don't want to do that. We don't want a fever that's high. So we do treat fevers. But cold symptoms, if you can live with them, they're not always a bad thing because it's allowing your body to fight what's invading. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Pretty cool. All right. So does this make sense? Chain of infection?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, so we're going to use everything that I just talked about to understand gloves. We don't wear gloves for everything. And for the test, I can't tell you you're going to wear gloves for this skill and not that skill because they're not based on the skill. They're based on the patient you're doing the skill on. So let me give you an example. We're going to learn pulse today. Now, this patient has no contagious pathogens, right? They're not bleeding anywhere. There's no river of blood I have to be concerned about. There's nothing on the care plan that says I need contact precautions or anything crazy like that. So if I'm just touching skin to skin and all the skin is intact, I don't need gloves. So when we're taking pulse, I don't need gloves unless the patient is expelling something, right? Remember, don't let anything from anybody else's holes get into any of your holes, right? So if the patient has a wound, a sore, a rash, if they are bleeding, if there's body fluids that I'm going to come into contact with, then I want a barrier between that fluid and my skin. But it goes two ways because if they have something coming out, that means they have an open doorway. And that means that something may be able to get in. Okay, remember, things that come out indicate an open doorway. So those gloves are there to protect the patient too, because they have an open doorway. So I can't tell you, okay, with pulse, you don't need gloves. That's it. Because if I'm taking a pulse on a patient that has shingles on the arm I'm taking the pulse on, I need gloves because those are a whole bunch of doorways in. Good? Make sense? Okay. So we have 3 rules that we're going to evaluate when we are trying to decide whether we need gloves for a specific skill. Basically, it's 3 questions we're going to ask ourselves. Now, if the answer is yes to any of these questions, if I ask myself the first question and I get a yes, I don't have to go any further. I know I need gloves. Any yes triggers automatic gloves. Any maybe, or I don't know, or I'm not sure, automatic gloves. Okay. But if it's a no, if I ask myself a question and get a no, I'm going to go to the next question. If that one is yes or maybe, I need gloves. If it's no, I'm going to go to the third question. Make sense? So here's our 3 questions. When doing this skill on this patient, remember, it's always patient specific. When I'm doing the skill on this patient, am I going to be touching any blood or body fluids? Am I going to touch anything ooey gooey that's not mine when I'm doing this skill? If the answer is yes, need gloves. If the answer is maybe, need gloves. If the answer is no, moving on to the next question. During this skill, might I touch personal skin? Now, personal skin is the breast area on females, the genital area on both sexes, think bathing suit areas. If I'm going to be touching any personal skin, bathing suit areas, I need gloves on. I need an extra barrier because I don't want that person to get the wrong idea. We don't want bare skin around personal skin. Also, a likelihood of ooey gooey in personal areas, right? So if the answer to personal skin is yes, I need gloves. If the answer to personal skin is maybe, I need gloves. But if the answer to personal skin is no, let's go to the third question. Third question is, am I going to be touching any non-intact skin? This is wounds, rashes, sores, incisions, any skin that's not intact. Make sense? So if I'm going to be doing, taking a pulse on this patient right here, this one, this lady, she's holding on to all of her own body fluids like a champ. Yay. I'm not going anywhere near her personal skin. You do not need to go in personal areas to take a pulse. And she has no non-intact skin. So I don't need gloves. But if we change that just a little bit, because she just had carpal tunnel surgery on her arm and she's got an incision, now do I need gloves? It's always based on the patient, never on the skill. Does that make sense? Okay. So we have 3 rules that we're going to use to identify whether we need gloves for this skill on this patient. Am I going to touch ooey gooey? Am I going to touch personal skin? Am I going to touch non-intact skin? No, no gloves. Yes or maybe, grab some gloves. But if you're going to use gloves, the very first thing those gloves should touch is the patient. Now, this is where a lot of people go wrong. They put the gloves on, they come in, and then they do their setup work. They touch a lot of stuff. They grab the toothpaste and wet the toothbrush and put the toothpaste on the toothbrush, and everything that you're touching, like our sandwich, is contaminating those gloves. So remember, you've already washed your hands. It was in the opening. You have clean hands. So put the toothpaste on the toothbrush with your hands. And then when you're ready to start brushing, then put the gloves on. Keep your gloves clean for the patient. Remember, that's who they're really there for. Good. Now, once we touch that patient, we now have stuff on our gloves. Our gloves are not clean. So now we've got to be careful about the things that we're touching with those unclean gloves. So if you're wearing gloves, you need to be aware. Just like the lady with the sandwich, she had gloves on, and yet she's got her hand on the counter like this. You need to be aware of what those gloves are touching. And then once we do all of that and we're ready to remove our gloves, we have to remove them correctly. So is anybody here allergic to latex? Do I have any allergic to latex? I have 3 of you. Thank you. I know these are going to be too big for most of you, but that's okay. It's just a demonstration. Yeah, they are. They're extra large. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you. Are you allergic?
Not scary allergic.
Okay, you're not going to go in anaphylactic
No,
shock.
ma'am.
Okay.
Just blisters.
Okay. Are you anaphylactic shock allergic? Okay, so I can touch them with my hands. Okay. Are you anaphylactic shock? Okay. I have no epi here, guys. So okay, so we've just learned that we shouldn't wear gloves all the time routinely because we stop paying attention to what those gloves are touching. We kind of understand that now. We're going to learn a little bit more about that in just a minute. But first, I want to show you how to take gloves off. So when you put gloves on, you want to try to only handle the bottom part of the gloves, not touch the part up here. A lot of people will take a whole handful of gloves and shove them in their pockets. That's not a good practice, because think about all the times your hands are going to go into your pockets and they may not be clean. So we're contaminating those gloves before we ever use them. Not a good practice. They're much better in their little house. Use them when you need them. But when you're putting gloves on, try not to overtly contaminate the hand part. You may touch it a little bit. It's okay, because remember, you have clean hands. You've washed your hands. But we do want to try to minimize cross-contamination whenever possible. So we're going to put our gloves on. Go ahead and put them on. Now, dirty glove can touch dirty glove all day long. This is fine. I have no problem with this at all. In fact, if I have gloves on, you will probably see my hands just like this in front of me, either one of these two. Because if one hand is holding on to the other hand, they can't do things without my permission. Okay, I treat my hands like they're 2-year-olds, because they will get into stuff without me knowing about it. So when you have gloves on, you really should be aware of where your hands are at all times, because your hands will do something like this. Oh, okay. Okay. Remember, that phone is going to go up next to my face where I've got a whole bunch of holes later. So keep your hands where you can see them. But glove can touch glove all day long. This is fine. What I don't want is glove to touch skin. So when I'm going to take this off, I don't want to go underneath, because then my dirty glove is touching skin. What I'm going to do is pinch up here at the palm of my hand. Don't put your thumb underneath. This is what a lot of people do. They try to put their thumb underneath. Pinch up, pull off inside out, and then wind it up in your hand. So that glove is inside out and it's being held in this hand. So it's not waving everywhere. Now, skin can touch skin. This is fine, but not glove. So I can't do this. This is bad. Don't put your thumb on the outside of the glove. You want to go underneath without touching the outside of the glove, only the inside. Go underneath, pull that one out, inside out. And now you've got one inside out glove inside another inside out glove. So whatever you got into is now trapped. And then you can throw this away. You can take this home and play with them or clean your toilet or whatever. Okay. So now we have to talk about, so if you wear gloves for any skill on the test, you will actually be graded on how you remove them. You're graded on glove removal. So they don't expect you to wear gloves on every skill. In fact, they're going to tell you if you try to wear gloves when you don't need gloves, they're going to tell you you don't need gloves for that. Yeah, they're not going to let you. So there's 3 very good reasons for this. The first is what we've talked about, right? When you're wearing gloves routinely, you tend to cross-contaminate because you're not paying attention to what you're touching. So that's kind of a big problem. So they'd rather you wear gloves when you need it because then it shows you're aware of when gloves are appropriate. So they're not going to let you wear gloves all the time because that just shows you don't understand infection control. The second reason is more environmental. Guys, I am not a tree hugger. I am not an environmentalist. I drive a gas guzzler and like it. Okay. I don't recycle. I don't do all the things I'm supposed to do. I'm not. So understand, I am not an environmentalist. But when I learned this, it hit me. Gloves, the latex gloves, are biodegradable, but it takes thousands of years. Those green gloves, those are not biodegradable, which means that that pair of gloves that you just took off is going to be on this planet forever. Forever. Now, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. When you stop to think that in healthcare, I'm not talking about housekeeping or food service or even dental, healthcare. We use in America, not worldwide, this is just us in the good old USA, we use enough gloves to fill a football stadium 14 feet deep every day. Every day. That's a lot of gloves. One country. Now, what we used to do way back in the 80s is we used to burn everything. Hospitals actually had incinerators right there. And my first office was right next to the incinerator, which was awesome because I was always warm. Great. It was fantastic. But in the late 80s, we realized that all of this burning of plastics and chemicals caused a hole in our ozone layer. And we kind of need that to live. So they sounded the alarm bells. Hello, hole in the ozone layer. We're losing our atmosphere. We might become Mars if we don't stop this. And we stopped. Okay. So then all this medical waste just kind of built up, piled up, landfills, wherever we could, just kind of shoved it in different places. And that got to be a problem. Someone along the way said, you know what? There's a great big old ocean out here. Nobody's really using it. It's empty. Let's use that. So they put medical waste in these great big metal drums, poked holes in the top of them, took them out into the middle of the Pacific, dropped them in. They filled with water, sank to the bottom. Problem solved. Artificial reefs, coral, problem solved, right? Except that now the fish that we're pulling out of the Northern Pacific has high levels of latex in them and we can't eat them. We poisoned our own food supply. So we can't burn it because, Mars, no atmosphere. We can't drown it because, food. So now we're back to just stockpiling it. You can't recycle gloves.
No, I think there was a way to let's say for them to disinfect and melt them down.
There are some companies that are actually experimenting with that, with using chemicals to basically take care of any pathogens that might be there, dissolve it back down to its core properties and trying to reuse it. I don't know how far they've gotten with that, but it's not mainstream yet. So no way of knowing. The problem is right now, though, we use so many gloves and most of them are unnecessary. Remember, you're washing your hands before and you're washing your hands after, unless you're going to be coming into contact with ooey gooey, you don't need gloves. So we don't want to wear them when we don't need them and contribute to this problem unnecessarily. Does that make sense? Wear them when necessary. Don't skimp out on them. Wear them when you need them. But be selective as to when you decide to wear them. Okay, does that make sense? The third reason is probably the most important after all that. And that's because gloves are not the suit of armor you think they are. And I'm going to prove it to you. Have you ever seen a birthday balloon, you know, the latex balloon that gets filled up with helium, bops up against the ceiling for a couple of days? What happens to that balloon after a couple of days? It deflates. How does that happen? Physics. Okay. So those latex balloons, same material as your gloves, guys, latex material. Those latex balloons, like every other man-made material, has little tiny holes in them. You can't see them. I mean, the weave is pretty tight, but there are little tiny holes in them. And when we fill it up with helium, what happens to those holes? They stretch. So over time, those helium molecules can wiggle out, and that's how the balloon deflates. And then you end up with this little sad, like little tiny deflated thing that's on the floor. It just looks so sad, right? Well, that's because the holes have closed up enough that the helium can no longer escape. So this doesn't happen right away. We put helium in the balloon, it bops up against the ceiling for 2 or 3 days. It doesn't happen right away. It takes time. And it doesn't happen when the balloon is deflated because we have to have stretch. So 2 things affect this, time and stretch. But that just proves that our latex gloves have holes. Now, if helium can get out, viruses, which are super duper teeny tiny, can get in. Now, they've done lots of studies on this. They've had people go wash their hands, put gloves on, go do a skill, take those gloves off, and then they cultured the hands. And every time something grows. Every time. So the problem here is that when we wear gloves, you guys remember on Monday, I told you the ideal environment for pathogens. You guys remember that? Warm, dark, moist. Anybody ever wear gloves? What do they make your hands do? Sweat. So we blocked out light because, you know, they're colored. We've trapped in body heat and we're sweating. So we have warm, dark, moist. We have the ideal breeding environment. Now we know pathogens get through the holes. Now they're on the ideal breeding environment and they can proliferate. That make sense? Okay. Tell me again why we think gloves are a good idea to wear all the time when we don't need them. Anybody ever go to a big box store? I won't say the names because we're on YouTube World, but you know, the one everybody goes to. Have you ever seen a cashier back when they had cashiers? Have you ever seen a cashier scanning people's items out with gloves on? This just cracked me up. They're always little ladies and they always have gloves on and they're scanning stuff. Cracks me up because this person does not want to touch your ketchup bottle because God knows what is on that ketchup bottle. They don't want to touch that. But at the end of their 4-hour shift, they go to take a break. They go to the break room to eat and they peel off those gloves and they think to themselves, my hands are clean because they didn't touch anybody's ketchup bottles. And they pick up their tuna salad sandwich with a side of E. coli. But they thought they were safe. They thought they were safe. False sense of security. So if you're going to wear gloves, what do you think the most essential step of wearing gloves might be? Wash your hands when you take them off, because I guarantee you something got through. And even worse, multiplied. Okay, does that make sense? So there's 3 very, very good reasons to not wear gloves routinely. You stop paying attention to what you're touching, the environmental impact, and you now have pathogens. And if you're not washing those pathogens off, you're going to take them somewhere else. Make sense? Did I challenge what you thought you knew about gloves? Okay, my job here is done.
Thank you very much.
All right. So any questions on that, on gloves? All right, so we've just gone over a whole principle. So if you remember, we learned on Monday skill rules. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and
Nothing but the care plan.
nothing but the care plan. What do we do while we're following the care plan? What should we watch for? Yeah, any observations, any abnormalities, anything that we see, hear, smell, or feel. What do we do with those? Report them to the nurse. So we know skill rules. We got that out of the way. Every skill begins with the opening. What does every opening begin with? A knock. It's essential. We must knock. Once we knock and approach our patient, we're going to identify them by name. We like to ask how they're doing. And what do we need to tell them about us? Yep, who and what we are. Absolutely. Once we get all the introductions out of the way, we can tell them why we're there. Name of skill, however you want to say it. And then we're going to ask the most important question in healthcare. What do we ask them? Yeah, can I? Is it okay? We have to get permission. Always obtain permission. Once we get permission, then we're going to close the curtain. But once I touch that curtain, what do I need to do? Why? Yeah, curtain is not clean. So we're going to go over to the sink. We're going to wash our hands. How much soap do I need? A lot. Yeah. Get your soap and then get a little more, because bubbles count. How long should I be washing? Can I go over?
Yes.
Can I go under? Okay. Once I've done my 20 seconds of rubbing, then I'm going to go down each one of my nails with my thumb and circle my nails on the palm of my hand. And then I'm going to rinse. What am I not allowed to touch when I'm rinsing? The faucet or the sink. Basically anything but air, right? Air and water. After I've rinsed, what do I need to do to keep the water in the sink? Yep. Tap the hands, keep the water in the sink. Don't shake. Then I'm going to get some paper towels. And what way do I want to dry? This way or this way? It's actually the other way. It's fingertips up.
I had a 50-50 shot.
Now, the reason for that, let me explain, because I didn't go over that on Monday. The reason it's fingertips up is because you always want to move from cleanest to less clean. Remember up here, we have a transition between what we washed and what's unclean. So cleanest to less clean. Okay, so fingertips up. And then can I turn the faucet off with those paper towels? No, I need a clean, dry one, because those paper towels are now wet and they might rip. So clean, dry paper towel. Once I've washed my hands, then I can go get my supplies. Everybody good? All right, so that was the opening. We do that before every skill. The closing, we're going to do at the end of every skill. 4 C's of the closing, and that the order doesn't matter is, can anybody tell me? Comfortable, clean environment, call light, and yeah, opening the curtain. Yep. Yep. So those are the 4 that we don't care about. Any order, get them done. Curtain, comfort, call light, clean. However you want to do them, I don't care. But after you've done that, what do you have to do? Yeah, clean your hands. Remember cooties. Clean those cooties. And then we can chart if we need to. But if we chart, what do we have to do again? Wash our hands again. That's at the end of every skill. So we know those 3 from Monday. Skill rules, opening, closing. We've got that down, right? Today, we added in glove rules. So we're going to, with glove rules, we're going to use gloves if we're going to touch anything ooey gooey, personal skin, or non-intact skin. First thing, gloves touches the patient. Be careful about what you're touching with your dirty gloves and then remove them correctly. So we now have 4 banners, 4 principles learned. We're going to learn one more right now, barrier. Okay. So am I going too fast for anybody? Okay, so this is what we're going to learn now is barrier. And this is all in preparation for our first skill. So we're about to learn our first skill coming up, but in order to understand it, we have to learn the barrier. Now, turn this on. We've just talked about the opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to brush your teeth. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, go over there and wash my hands. And now that I've got clean hands, I'm going to get my supplies. But once I get my supplies, I have to have a place to put them. And we're going to use this overbed table as a place to store our supplies. But this overbed table is not clean. Patients have had their cell phones on it, their chapstick, their snotty Kleenexes, food trays, crossword puzzle books. There's all kinds of stuff that's been on this table. Now, thankfully for the test, it's empty. It does not happen like this in real life. You will carve out a small space for your own supplies on here. But for the test, they make this super simple. It is empty. But if I know it's not clean and I'm going to use it, when I get my opening done, knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm going to do mouth care. Is that okay? Yes, good. I'm going to close curtain, go wash my hands. I now have clean hands. I need to get my clean supplies. I've got to have a place to put them. So I'm going to get a barrier first. Now, a barrier can be anything. It's just something that separates that dirty table from my clean supplies. I don't care what it is. Could be a paper towel, could be a bath towel, could be a Kleenex, whatever. But for the test, we're going to use something very specific. For the test, we are going to use a disposable underpad. That's what this is. Now, there are 2 different types of underpads in healthcare. This is a disposable type. It's the type that you chuck it when you're done with it, and that's why we call them chucks. They're a little bit different than a washable underpad, which is what this one is. This is a washable underpad. They're heavier, thicker, and they're incontinence pads. So they're going to soak up, they're very absorbent, going to soak up whatever comes out of the patient, but they're washable. That's a lot of syllables to say. Disposable underpad, washable underpad. So we in healthcare tend to shorten things. This is a bed pad. That is a chucks. They're both underpads, but we call them different things just because it's quicker, easier. Now, I can tell you the origin of these 2. I do not know for the life of me why they call a gown a Johnny, but they do. Gowns are called Johnnies. I don't know why. I have no idea about the history of that, but I do know the history of this. I've always wondered that. Why a Johnny? I mean, a jammy maybe, but not a Johnny. Okay, so when I do my opening and I wash my hands, I'm going to go get a barrier. But this is the first thing I'm going to get, the very first thing. I know I'm about to do mouth care. I know I'm going to need supplies for that. In fact, I'm going to need a towel, a basin for them to spin in, a cup of water, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a set of gloves. I know I'm going to need all that. But if I try to get this off of my supply shelf, because it's going to be all folded up, and all of those supplies too, and come over here, I'm going to end up trying to spread this out with one hand. And that means that all of the supplies are going to be pressed here while I'm trying to spread this out. My uniform is not clean. The moment I start work, my uniform is considered unclean. It has hit this privacy curtain. It has leaned up against this bed. It has pressed up against the sink. It is not clean. It's probably knelt on the floor for foot care. It is not clean. You cannot hold clean linens against your uniform. So this is the very first thing I go get. Wash hands, get the barrier, put it on the table, and then go back over to my supply shelf or my drawer or wherever I need to go to get the rest of my supplies. First action taken after hand washing. If for the test you try to get the barrier and everything else, you will get an indirect care deficiency because you're accidentally contaminating. You're showing that you don't understand infection control. Now, at the end of the skill, because we have this barrier on the table, we have our supplies, we use our supplies, we finish the skill, we put the towel and dirty linen, we clean our basins and put them away. You know, we've done everything. But at the end of the skill, that barrier also needs to be addressed. So remember during the closing, I said, clean environment. That's what this is. Look around. Don't get in a hurry. And this is what we do a lot in, unfortunately, for the test. We are so stressed out because we're being tested. And you're going to be stressed. You're going to be nervous that you're going to rush. You get the skill part done. You brush the teeth, you let them rinse, you let them spit, you cleaned everything, you put it away, and you're going to be like, oh, I'm done. And then you look and you're like, oh, oops, I'm not done. No. If you say you're done, you cannot go back and correct. You got all the time you need. Don't rush. I want you to stop, look at the patient, look at their environment, and think to yourself, would I be okay with this if it were my grandma? Okay. Do I need to do something to make grandma look better? Make sense? I also want you to go back and read that care plan one more time, just to make sure you did everything you were supposed to do, because you can make corrections. If you read the care plan and realize you messed something up, you can make a correction. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. So turn in your skills book to page 66 for me, please. Thank you, Mai, for taking care of all this. All right, so in your white skills book, page 66 is about providing mouth care to a resident who has teeth. Now, how do we know what to do with each patient? So at the top of the page, you're going to see the care plan. It says a resident with natural teeth is lying in bed and needs mouth care. The resident is not able to provide their own mouth care. Now, here's the thing. If somebody can brush their own teeth, we're not doing it. How awkward would it be if I showed up at your house tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock and said, all right, I'm here to brush your teeth. Open up. Right? That would just be really weird because you're capable of brushing your own teeth. You don't need anybody to help you with that. That's just going to be like really strange, creep meter pretty high. Not a thing. So we need to remember that with our patients. If you would feel awkward having something done because you could do it yourself, your patients will feel awkward having something done if they can do it themselves. That's where the care plan comes in. The care plan is there to tell us who is going to need our help and who doesn't. So if the care plan tells us to do mouth care, that means the patient can't do it themselves for whatever reason. Maybe they tried to catch a porcupine and their hands are now covered in quills. I don't know. Maybe they have Parkinson's and they're shaking too much. Maybe they had a stroke. Maybe they're just super, super, super weak because their body is fighting something off. I don't know why they need mouth care. All I know is they do. And honestly, I don't need to know why. I can go in and do mouth care. But this is where communication with your nurses is going to be super important. If you have a patient who you know can't do mouth care on their own, but there's nothing on the care plan about it, you probably need to bring it up to the nurse. Hey, this guy's not doing his own mouth care. Am I supposed to be doing that? You know, are we supposed to be helping him with that? Because that needs to go on the care plan. Okay. But I don't want you to do it on your own. And let me give you an example of why. If you have a patient who has basically a hole, it's called a fistula, maxillofistula, but it's a hole that goes from the sinuses way inside into the roof of the mouth. This does happen from time to time. You may have a patient who has severe thrush. You may have a patient who has a cleft palate, which is a hole between the top, where your roof of the mouth is, up into your nose. There's different medical conditions that would make it not normal for mouth care. Remember, CNAs do anything not normal. Who does it? The nurse, because there's more of a risk there. I may not want to use toothpaste on a patient that's got a hole into their sinuses. Ow. I may not want to use, or I may need to use a special toothpaste on a patient that has thrush. I may want to use a completely different technique for a patient who has a cleft palate. So remember that CNAs do normal. Now, you don't know much about the patient, but you walk in, you see that the patient can't do their own mouth care. You decide, I'm going to do it myself. And the patient has one of those conditions. That could be a problem, couldn't it? This is why CNAs shouldn't decide to do things on their own, because you, quite frankly, don't know everything there is to know about the patient. And you might be making, you might make things worse. So all you got to do is ask the nurse, hey, should I be doing mouth care? Yes? Okay, I'll go do that. Or no, you'll take care of it? Okay, cool. But always collaborate with your nurse. Remember, it should never be you versus the nurses. You're a team. You're a team against whatever's trying to kill the patient. Be on the right team. So mouth care, this care plan is pretty simple. We're just going to go in and do mouth care. But our patient is laying down in bed. Now, we talked on Monday that that's probably not a safe position. So we've got to get them upright. Now, for the test, the beds will probably be like this. They may be push button where the whole, the head of the bed goes up. That's awesome. They may be crank. I think they're trying to get rid of most of the crank ones. But this one, for instance, is push button. So the controller's down here on the end of the bed, mounted for you. But if I was to do mouth care, I'm going to push the head of the bed up button and the head of the bed's going to go up. Now, this takes time. It's slow. It's slow on purpose because if your patient is dizzy or nauseous, we don't want, a roller coaster ride here. So it's slow on purpose, but we could probably play checkers in the time it takes to get the head of the bed up. Don't get lazy and think, okay, that's good enough. Are we allowed to use good enough? No. So we're going to press this button until the head of the bed stops moving. The head of the bed stop, even though the motor's still running, the head of the bed is no longer moving. That's what I'm looking for here. The head of the bed has to stop. Does that make sense? Good enough is not good enough. Don't get lazy on this. Play checkers if you need to, but all the way up. Now, if you notice though, this is not comfortable for the patient. It's that pillow, very comfortable when we're laying down, but when we're sitting up, it's behind the head. It's actually pushing that head forward a little bit. That is not safe. It gets everything out of alignment here. It's not safe. So if I've got a patient that I'm going to do mouth care on and I put the head of the bed up, I want to move that pillow. I either, if they have a big tummy or abdominal surgery or something like that, I'm going to take it off the bed completely. But if they don't, then I'm just going to ask them to lean forward and slide that pillow down behind their upper back. And that gets them in a true upright sitting position. But at the end of the skill, I'm going to ask, are you comfortable? Do you want the head of the bed adjusted? Remember, if I put it up, I have to ask if they want it back down. They don't have to, they can stay sitting up, watch TV, do a crossword, eat lunch. I don't care. But I'm going to ask. But if I am going to put the head of the bed back down, I need to move that pillow again. Because if you put the head of the bed back down, so we're going to help her forward, bring the pillow back up, and then put the head of the bed down. Now, notice when I'm moving, even the mannequin, I'm always putting my hand at the top of her back. Don't do this. On the test, a lot of people will use the defense, well, she's a mannequin. I wouldn't do that in real life. I mean, come on. No, they're going to judge you on what you do, not what they think you would do somewhere else. Whatever you do is what's being judged. So don't do something like that. Hand on the upper back and provide some support to assist her to a sitting position. Make sense? Okay. Oops. Well, she really slid down. Okay. Now, if you look just below that care plan, you can see the supplies. And we just went over this. The supplies, we need a barrier for the table. We talked about that. We need a toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, a place for her to spit. We're going to use an emesis basin, a cup of water, and gloves. For the test, you will have a cup of water already on the bedside table. It'll be ready for you. If there isn't one, there will be cups. Just go get a cup of water before you start and put it on the table. But can you touch that faucet? No. Yeah, use a barrier to turn it on. But usually the evaluators already have the cup of water sitting on the bedside table before you ever start. Okay. You have to learn the supplies, guys. There's no way around it. You have to learn it. It's memorization. Make flashcards. Get some index cards, write down the name of the skill on one side, turn it over, put all the supplies on the other side. Make some flashcards, but you have to learn it. Because as a nurse, I'm not going to say, I need you to go do mouth care in room 16, and you're going to need to take with you a towel, toothbrush, toothpaste, emesis basin, cup of water, and gloves. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to assume you know what you need to do that skill. Now, if there's anything outside of the ordinary, I would go over that with you, but you need to know normal. Okay, good. Now, there is a shortcut if you don't want to make your own flashcards. There is a shortcut. I have them. This is a set of flashcards that has the steps of each skill, the supplies for each skill, and all of the principles on the back wall. They're full color. They're pre-printed for you. I have them next door. And while you're here in class, they're $14.99. So up until graduation day. After graduation, they go up to $19.99, which is still reasonable for all of this. But if you make your own, it's free. Okay. Now, this goes step by step, tells you exactly how to do this skill, all 21 steps in detail for you. There's some practice questions here that just make sure that you got what you needed. But at the bottom of the page, I want to go over the test specific information. This skill, somebody with your level of experience should be able to perform this skill within 12 minutes. Now, I've been brushing my teeth for a while now. I can tell you it has never taken me 12 minutes to brush teeth. You don't have to brush for a certain amount of time. They're not even timing whether you do 2 minutes. As long as you get the top, the bottom, the front, the back, and the tongue, they're happy. So 12 minutes is an insane amount of time that they're giving you to do this. Okay. It's going to be done on another live testing student. Think about that. That means you may be getting your teeth brushed during the test. Patient's going to be in bed to start. Charting is not required. Questions? No? I'm going to show you the video for this one because it has good close-ups, which is important for this skill. I'm just going to come over here for just a second. That's pretty good. I know, infinity. It'll go away in a minute. Whoa. It'll go away in a minute. Testing. Okay. I know it is very trippy. I should have done this first. Sorry.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful. I need to do mouth care. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put the head of your bed up. And then I'll close the curtain, wash my hands, and gather my supplies.
Okay.
We'll get you to a full upright sitting position for safety. And if I can get you to lean forward, please.
There you go. Is that more comfortable?
Yes, much.
Okay, I'm going to close your curtain and wash my hands now. I'll gather my supplies. I'm going to start with the barrier, and we'll place that on your overbed table. I'm going to get a towel, a set of gloves, a basin, toothbrush and toothpaste, and a cup of water. We'll prepare the toothbrush first. We'll get it wet, place a little bit of toothpaste on it, and set it in the basin. Mr. Jones, can I place this towel over your chest?
Yes, please.
And now we'll apply my gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, can you open wide for me? I'm going to brush the back on the bottom. The back on the top. And can you bring your teeth together? And stick your tongue out for me. Thank you. Put that aside. Go ahead and take a sip. Rinse your mouth. Let me wipe that off for you. Another sip. Okay. Now I'm going to dispose of my cup, wrapper, and toothbrush. I'll be right back. I'm going to remove the towel and place it into dirty linen. Going to go clean the basin, and I'll be right back. I'll place the toothpaste in the basin, use the paper towel to open the drawer, and place the basin and toothpaste in the drawer. Clean up my work environment, and go throw these items away. Now I can remove my gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? A magazine? Okay, your call light is right here. You should have any needs, let me know. Can I adjust the head of the bed for you? Okay, I'm going to open the curtain and go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about my skill, make any corrections I need to make, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. So notice all of those principles at the top of the screen are what we've been going over in class. So the opening is the opening, it's always the same. The closing is the closing, it's always the same. Barrier, always the same. Love rules, always the same. Yeah, they do that. All right. Any questions on that? Okay, any questions on mouth care?
What if you have a patient that's kind of like fighting you to do it? Like if I work with like little kids, they like, what do I do?
You want to try to work with them as much as possible and make it more of a partnership. With kids, it's a little bit difficult because you're going to have to gamify everything.
Yeah.
But if you can't get it done, you notify the nurse. That's pretty much the bottom line of it. But you'll learn to work with each patient population that you have. I know you're with pediatrics, it does make it a little more challenging. Try to make it fun. Gamify it.
We got like the special needs, so it's
It can be challenging.
yeah, like even trying to brush their only two tooth that they got, they'll end up throwing up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, work with the nurse to see if you can find out a way to accommodate,
yeah.
because every situation, I can give you lots of ideas, but every situation is gonna be a little bit different. And the idea that I'm giving you is based on one patient I've got in my mind that's totally different than the one you're actually working with.
Yeah.
So, if you talk to the nurse that's working with that patient, they'll be able to maybe direct you a little bit better. Great question. So at the end of that skill, you saw me clean the basin. I rinsed it, set it down, and then picked it up with a paper towel. Dried the inside, dried the outside, and then put the basin away with another paper towel. This is, because for the test, we aren't disinfecting anything. There's no disinfection for the test. We're simply rinsing, drying, and storing the basin. But the process that I showed you actually works specifically for disinfection. When you rinse the basin, dump it out, and then set it down, that's when you would disinfect it, because you can't be holding something with a dirty glove or dirty hand while you're disinfecting it. It's got to be in, sitting down in the sink to disinfect. So the process works for disinfecting, but we're going to skip that step for the test. Okay, good. And that's the next, and that's this whole banner. So this is the next banner that we're going to be learning, the next principle. So far we know glove rules, opening, closing, barrier. I'm sorry, we go skill rules, opening, closing, glove rules, barrier. Now we're going to learn basin cleaning, and then in a little bit, we're going to learn privacy blanket. So out of 11, by the end of today, you're going to have 7 of them down. So over halfway. Okay. And it hasn't been too hard, right? And they're going to see these over and over and over. Throughout the entire program, you're going to be like, all right, I got it. But that's good, because when you go to the test, you got it. So let's go ahead and take a break. Come back at 11:15. Please remember, if you're staying in this room, the mics are still on.
Yeah.
Denture care is going to be covered in 2 weeks. Yeah, we got a whole process for that.
All right, just take it. Oh, you know.
Oh, the email? Okay. We got it. And I'll love to make sure that we didn't do a typo.
All right, thank you.
Testing. Okay. All right. While we're waiting for everybody to come back, let me address YouTube people. Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, good morning, May. Good morning, Melissa. Hello, Sonia. Hi, Brandy. Hi, Jess Marie. Hi, Tashi and Dinah. Hi, Sophie and Brandy. Jess Marie, you're very, very welcome. Good luck on the test. Oh, Jeffrey, that's horrible. They never did mouth care for months. Oh, that's horrible. It reminds me of a case that I saw when I was in clinical life as well. Hi, Aisha. And good luck on your test tomorrow. All right, guys. Thanks for joining in.
Work focus if I'm home. There you know, and I'll play with my doggy.
Yeah, you really have to slam it.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, your problems.
Sorry, I don't know. Smell.
You're fine. You're good. I'm sorry, guys. We got hungry after the subject.
All right, guys. So you saw at the end of that skill basin cleaning. So yeah, we're back. You saw at the end of the skill basin cleaning. So I just want to go over the steps. You're going to see this over and over and over again. So don't get too wrapped up in this right now. You'll learn it with repetition. But remember, for the test, we don't disinfect anything. We simply rinse, dry, and store. We are going to basically whatever's in the basin, you're going to dump where it would normally go. Right? If it's saliva, that normally goes in the sink. Right? You brush your teeth. You don't brush your teeth over the toilet. That would be weird. I mean, unless you're living in an RV. you know.
That's where I was going with that.
If you're working with urine, you're going to dump that in the toilet because that's where it so basically whatever's in the basin, put it where it normally goes. Water, if it's water, water usually goes in the sink. So put it there. Once we've rinsed the basin, we're going to set it down, and we're not going to disinfect it for the test, but we are going to use a paper towel to pick it back up. So if it had been disinfected, you can't touch it now that it's clean with your dirty hands or dirty gloves. So you need that paper towel as a barrier. So we'll use a paper towel to pick it up. We're going to use a different paper towel to dry the inside and a different one for the outside. Outsides are not considered clean. Okay. So we disinfected the inside if we sprayed it. So you want a different, you don't want it to clean the outside of a basin and then take that same paper towel on the inside. So we're going to use different paper towels to dry the inside and outside. And we do want to dry it because remember that drawer, the inside of that drawer is warm and dark. And if you put something back in there that's wet, now we've created the ideal breeding environment. So you really do want to make sure you're drying it well before you put it away. Now we need one more paper towel to open the drawer because remember, you still have dirty hands or dirty gloves. So you can't touch the drawer with that. So this skill requires a whole lot of paper towels. Okay, one to pick up, one to dry the inside, one to dry the outside, and one more for the drawer. Does that make sense? Now, don't get too wrapped up. We're going to see this again and again and again and again and again because we do a lot of washing as CNAs. So you're going to see this quite a bit, but I want you to have a general familiarity with it. Okay. Before we move on. All right. So the last principle we're going to learn today is privacy blanket. Now, this is one of those things that a lot of you are going to tell me, well, I've never seen that used, or, you know, they don't do that in a clinical setting, or I know. Okay, I know what's being done out there. My job is to try to keep you from doing what's being done out there. And I'm going to teach you the right way to do it. My hope is that when you are out there, you are doing things the way that you're taught to do them, not like making up your own rules, which is what a lot of people try to do. So in order for me to get you to comply, I've got to explain to you why. If you know the why behind something, you're much more likely to actually do it. If I just tell you, yeah, use a privacy blanket for this skill, you may or may not because it doesn't have an importance to you. But let me explain to you why we need a privacy blanket. So the first reason is temperature. And that's kind of the one that we all can associate with. Let's think about temperature perception for a moment. Now, I am fully dressed. I am running around like a chicken with my head cut off because I have got 14 patients to take care of. We're short staffed and they all need everything, right? So I am super, super, super busy, fully clothed, super active. What do you think temperature is going to feel like in here to me? Yeah, absolutely. Now, my patient, not running around at all. They're pretty much stationary right here. They are not fully clothed. They have on a gown and a thin sheet and maybe a blanket on top of that, maybe. What does the temperature feel like for them? Cold, absolutely, because in clinical settings, we keep them cold. So, because remember, warm, dark, we don't like that. We keep it cold. So we have a patient in bed who thinks it's cold. We have me out here who thinks it's hot. We are not on the same page. Now, take their sheet away. How do they feel? Really cold. So if you're going to take a sheet away from a patient, you need to give them something to stay warm. Now I'm going to take the sheet away because I got to get to their legs or I've got to dress that. There's a reason that that sheet's going to be in my way. I'm taking it away for a reason. But if I'm going to take it away, I need to give them something in exchange. Does that make sense? The other reason that you use a privacy blanket is a little bit less understood, well known. Okay. So I'm going to explain this to you, but I want you to think about what you would feel like in this bed if it were you. If I grabbed any one of you, had you go in there, take all of your clothes off and put this gown on and lay down in this bed in front of a room full of strangers, I want you to feel how that would make you feel. Okay. So you kind of got that in your brain for a second? Okay. So if I come in here and I'm going to get her dressed and I do my whole opening. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I need to get you dressed. Is that okay? All right. I'm going to close the curtain and go wash my hands. Everybody go with that? Okay. So I have closed my curtain. I have washed my hands and I am back. But I got to get her dressed. That means I'm going to have to take the sheet away so that I can get her dressed. Now, that privacy curtain is helping to shield her from all the people that are out there that don't need to see what she's got going on, right? So privacy curtain does a good job for privacy out there. But do you know that there is still a stranger in this space with her? Who is that stranger?
You?
Absolutely. That privacy curtain does absolutely nothing to protect this patient from me. And I am a stranger. So that's one of the reasons that we use a privacy blanket, is to give the patient who is vulnerable and underdressed and in a submissive position. Think about the psychological aspects of that. And now there is a stranger in this space undressing them. Now, you as a CNA are probably like, I'm not interested in what you've got. I'm here to do a job. Scene one, scene one, I don't care. That means nothing to this patient. Does that make sense? Never make the mistake of thinking the patient feels the way you do. They don't. They're in a completely different mindset than you are. And that's why privacy blankets are essential. They are there for temperature, but they're also there as a layer of protection against you. They're vulnerable. Now, a lot of you are going to be working with dementia patients. And a lot of times people think, well, you don't have to talk to dementia patients because they don't understand what you're saying anyway. So if you go in and there's a dementia patient who is underdressed in a strange place, surrounded by strangers in a vulnerable position, and you start pulling off their clothes, how do you think they're going to react? Oh, absolutely. Not maybe. Yeah, they are absolutely going to react as if their physical safety is in jeopardy, because it is. So the problem that a lot of CNAs have with dementia patients is they're fighting. I can't get them to do anything. They're fighting me. They're fighting because of your approach. You are a threat to them. You're a threat. So you need to watch your approach, especially with skills that require that we're undressing somebody. So I need to get to know this patient a little bit. You know, it's like you wouldn't, you want to get to know somebody before you take their clothes off.
We're just talking about it.
Okay. So we got to have some sort of a relationship here. I can't just be a travel CNA, walk in a room and start stripping her. There's going to be a problem. Even if she doesn't have dementia, I guarantee you there's going to be a problem here. So you need to make sure that you guys are all on the same page before you start taking clothes off. So I would want to spend some time talking to her and letting her know who I am, and hopefully maybe have enough time that, you know, we can maybe feed her first, or do her hand and nail care first, or do something that's a little less obtrusive before I jump right in, you know, to the things that are going to make her feel uncomfortable. But I definitely better make sure that I have everything covered that can be covered while I'm doing this, because she will fight back. And I don't blame her. I don't blame her. But 9 times out of 10, when you're working with patients and they become combative, it's you, not them. They don't understand what you're doing. They think you're a threat. You didn't involve them. You don't have a relationship of any sort, and you're being intrusive. That it's you. I guarantee you, it's you, not them. So you need to back up and kind of think about what you can do to work on that aspect. And every patient's going to be different. Every patient's going to need a different approach. Does that make sense? Good. Super important. But that's the reason that we use privacy blankets anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. So it's not based on the skill. It's anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. So yeah, we're going to use one for dressing because patient's undressed, but we're also going to use one if we have to do range of motion of the hip, knee, and ankle, and the patient's in a gown. Anytime the patient's uncovered for any reason, we need a privacy blanket. Anytime the patient's undressed for any reason, we need a privacy blanket. If I'm going to see skin, I need to cover it up. Now, a lot of people think, well, why can't I just use the sheet? It's already there. Can I just keep them covered with a sheet? And the answer is yes, you can. There's no problem with that. Even dressing, you can keep them covered with the sheet. That's okay. But the problem is I got to put socks on her. I got to put pants on her. That sheet is definitely in my way. So that means I've got to untuck the sheet. You know, chances are it's going to fall on the floor as we're doing this because it's a little bit bigger than a privacy blanket. It really, and then at the end of the skill, I got to tuck the sheet back in and make my hospital corners. It really is easier, guys, honestly, just to use a privacy blanket. Okay. Once we get the blanket on, oh, it's something else I got to show you. Let me come back over here. All right. So I've done my opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. Actually, hold on a minute. Let me get her in proper position. Okay. So let me start again. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I need to get you dressed. Is that okay? Very good. I'm going to close the curtain, go wash my hands. So I have clean hands. I'm going to go get a barrier and put it on the table. I'm going to ask her what she wants to wear. We'll talk about that in a minute. I'm going to put that on the table. And then I'm getting ready to put my privacy blanket on. So when I'm going to put the privacy blanket on, you don't want to snap it or shake it. And we do this at home all the time, right? When we're changing the sheets on our bed, we open it up and we do something like this. Yeah. See all those little fuzzies that just came up there? I don't know if you can see it. I used to use powder, but it makes me cough too bad. All those little fuzzies that came up, those are dead skin cells, yeast and bacteria that came off of this patient. And we brought it right here where I can breathe it in. Now, when you do this at home, you're only breathing in your own funk, so it really doesn't matter. But when you're doing this in a clinical setting, you're breathing in somebody else's, and that's pretty high on my gross meter. I don't know about yours. So when you're stretching out a privacy blanket, don't snap it, don't shake it, simply unfold it. So any linens, whether it's a sheet, a blanket, a privacy blanket, don't snap. It creates a vortex. But once I have this once I have this blanket on the patient over the sheet, now I can pull the sheet down underneath and the patient remains covered. I never had to expose the patient unnecessarily. They remained covered. Now, at the end of the skill, when I'm ready to finish, I'm going to pull the sheet back up over the blanket. If she's undressed, if she's dressed, I don't need a blanket, but if she's still undressed in her gown, then I'm going to pull the sheet up over it and take the blanket out underneath. Good. Anything we remove from the bed, we want to roll up in a ball. So trailing edges don't contaminate any other surfaces. We want control over it. So we're going to roll it up in a ball and put it in dirty linen. So privacy blankets go over the sheet and the sheet gets pulled down underneath. At the end of the skill, the sheet goes over and the privacy blanket gets pulled down underneath. Good. Questions on privacy blanket?
When we dressing patients, do we keep them down like that or should we sit them up?
So for this skill, either way, you can sit them up if you want to. It's fine. It really depends on the skill and it depends on the patient. If I've got a patient who is very nauseous and dizzy and doesn't want to be sitting up, I'm going to dress them laying flat. If I've got a patient who is, perfectly okay, putting the head of the bed up makes it so much easier to dress them. We're going to talk about that for this skill.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're right on cue. So any questions on privacy blanket? Yes.
When you did the knot and then you approach the patient, you said after you get the privacy blanket and everything, you said not to stretch and fold it, like kind of like how you unfold the blankets when you're at home, whatever. You just kept it down like that the whole time.
Right. You don't want to snap it.
Okay.
Right. So don't do this with just unfold.
Okay.
Just unfold. And you'll see me do that during the skill. So watch how I handle the privacy blanket during the skill. Okay. Good. All right, so let's move to page 71 in your book. Okay, while you guys are turning to that, Sonia, denture care is a separate skill that we're actually going to be covering on class 5. So stay tuned for that. And what should you study for the written test, Christy? You need to go to my website and get the ebook, a free ebook on the first page. And Dinah, the practice exam is if you go to the website foryourcna.com, on the top menu where it says training, you'll see practice test. Go take the practice test. And Sonia, you're taking the test on 11/8. Good vibes out to you guys. Good vibes to those that are testing. Good luck. All right. So page 71 here, dressing a resident with a weak arm. We always start with care plans. At the top of the page, our care plan says, dress the resident in a long sleeve, button or snap front shirt, pants, and socks. The resident is lying in bed and has a weak right arm. The resident is not able to help with dressing, and after dressing, leave the resident in bed. So it's a whole lot to unpack there. It seems pretty simple, but there's a lot more to this care plan than you kind of get at first glance. And I want to start with the very first sentence there. It says, dress the resident in a long sleeve. Let's stop there. Long sleeve. It is hot. Hot in this room. It's hot outside. It's hot. And as a human, I might question this and say, oh, it's hot. Do I really want to put this person in long sleeves? What do we know about the care plan?
And Nothing but care plan.
Okay, so we follow it, don't we? If the care plan says long sleeves, do you have the ability or the authorization to change that? If you have a concern, what should you do with the concern? Take it to the nurse, but you can't decide on this yourself. There's a couple of reasons for this. Long sleeves have to do with more than just temperature. Sometimes patients have conditions that are photosensitive, which means that they're exacerbated by exposure to sunlight, the UV rays. If the patient has a photosensitive condition, a lot of autoimmune disorders like psoriasis and Sjögren's and lupus are affected by UV exposure. So long sleeves are necessary. So it may be a UV problem that we're trying to protect the skin. It may be a medication problem. There are certain medications that actually react to sunlight. Sulfa is one of them. I actually had a problem with this when I was 18 years old. I had an infection. I went to the doctor. They put me on antibiotics. I went to the pharmacy, got them filled, and they had that little sticker. It said avoid direct sunlight. But at 18, you don't pay attention to stuff like that. I mean, that's just a sticker. It's no big deal. I was headed to Daytona for the weekend. And what this did is it made all of my capillaries burst, for lack of a better term, and I turned purple. Like little pinpoints of purple all under my skin, head to toe, because I was 18 and didn't know anything. Now I can't take sulfa medications because of it. So when they say avoid sunlight, they kind of mean it. I mean, that who knew that, you know, those warnings actually meant something. So we don't know what medications these patients may be on that may react to sunlight, right? Another reason is that that somebody may be in long sleeves is because they have a rash or a wound that we're trying to prevent, you know, exposure, right? Remember, cover your holes. So long sleeves, if it says long sleeves, there's a reason it says long sleeves. If you have a concern, pass it on to the nurse. But chances are, if they took the time to put long sleeves on there, it means something. Now, snap or button front shirt. Let's talk about that for a second. When we get dressed in the morning, we generally put on overhead clothing. That's what all of you guys have on now. Pullover shirts, t-shirts. They're comfortable. We like them. But if somebody has a weak arm, limited mobility on one side, this is not a good option because that means that the arm has to extend. If it's weak or has limited mobility, extending may be a little too much to ask. So when somebody has a weakness, paralysis, limited mobility, we tell the patients or the family, go get front button or front snap shirts. Button ups. That's what we're looking for because it's easier to dress side to side than top to bottom when we have limited mobility. And to do that, we're always going to use USA first. We're going to get to that in just a second. Okay. You can actually see it here. Step 9, USA first. So that's why we have snap front shirt on there. Now, for the test, you're actually going to have to ask, what do you want to wear? The patient's going to describe an outfit. You better be getting the outfit they described. Okay. But it's going to be a button or snap front long sleeve shirt. That's what they're going to describe to you. Then it goes on to say pants and socks. We don't care about those. Just get them on the patient, right? There's nothing special you need to do here. We're just putting pants and socks on as well as a shirt. The shirt is the main show, the main star of the show. Says the resident is lying in bed and has a weak right arm. This is important. Underline that, weak right arm, because we need that to know how to do this skill. For the test, it may say weak left arm, right? For the test, we're going to read that care plan like our life depends on it and pay attention to these little details. But I had to pick one There we go. Right. I picked right. It says the resident is not able to help with dressing, and after dressing, leave the resident in bed. I'm going to tell you, in most situations, most of the time, when a patient is dressed, it means they're getting up. If they're staying in bed, we're not dressing them. Very few people get up in the morning, get fully dressed, and then crawl back into bed. I mean, I do occasionally, but yeah, not often. If I'm going to be in bed, I'm just going to stay in my night clothes. They're comfy. But this skill is going to end here. So think of these skills like a scene in a movie. You don't get to know the whole story. It's a scene. So the story goes on after the scene is over, but we don't get to see it. Scene. That's what this is. Leave the resident in bed. Scene. Cut. Wrap. Go. Okay. Make sense? Yep. They're probably getting up. They're probably going to breakfast. Yeah, blueberry pancakes or something. I don't know. But, you know, our scene ends with them in bed. Does that make sense? Good. All right. So a couple things about dressing. First of all, patients have the right to wear what they want to wear. What you choose to wear, unless you have to be in a specific uniform, what you choose to wear every day is kind of an outward reflection of what you're feeling inside. It's part of your personality. There are days that I feel like purple. Purple is my color today. I want to be in purple today. I think I'm going to wear that shirt. There are some days I'm like, nope, it's a gray day. I'm feeling kind of blah, right? What you choose to wear is an outward expression of what you're feeling inside. Patients have the right to express themselves. So we're going to ask, what do you want to wear? And when they describe something, that's what they want to wear. Now, the problem here is that you are judged by the way your patient looks. If I walk into a facility and I see a whole row of older people in wheelchairs and their mismatched clothing, their hair is all mussed up, they got, you know, their buttons aren't fastened right, they got food on. Do I have good CNAs? No. Absolutely not. You are judged by the way those patients look. So if your patient, when you ask them, what do you want to wear today? If they say, well, I want my yellow plaid pants and my purple polka dot shirt, you are allowed to suggest an alternative. You can say, you know, your white shirt would look really nice with those pants. You want to try that? They may say, oh, yeah, that's what I meant. You're saving them. You're also saving their ego. Yes, and you're saving yourself. But they may say, no, I want my yellow plaid pants and my purple polka dot shirt. And you're going to go, okay, let me get those for you. We're going to suggest an alternative if it doesn't match, but ultimately we'll honor their wishes because we don't know what their mindset is. Maybe the son bought the pants and the daughter bought the shirt and they're both visiting today. And mamas would gladly not match to honor their children. So we don't know what their mindset is. We can suggest an alternative, but ultimately we're going to honor their wishes. Now, there is a certain population here that I want to talk about, though. I'm not going to have to give this lecture too much longer because these people they're aging out very rapidly. But specifically our older men is what I want to talk about. The late 80s into the 90s men. Very older men. The reason that this is a problem is because they lived in a totally different world than we do. Totally different. So I want to kind of take you on a journey of their experience for a minute to understand what I'm talking about here. Anybody ever been in an old house, like 100-year-old house? Do you know how big the closets were? They were like this big. And that was for 2 people. Like, I can't fit a baby's clothes in a closet this big anymore. Now we have entire rooms devoted to our clothing. We call them walk-in closets, right? Entire rooms devoted to clothing. So what has changed? If 100 years ago, a closet this big worked for 2 people, now we've got whole rooms. What changed? Well, clothes became cheap and easily obtainable. Now, I know your definition of cheap is, you know, kind of varies. You know, $100 jeans, I wouldn't consider cheap. But the thing is, way back in the day, one outfit cost you on average about 2 weeks of salary for one nice outfit. It's a lot of money when you put it into those terms. So they didn't have a lot of outfits. Generally speaking, they had one they're wearing today, one they wore yesterday that's being laundered, and their dress best, their Sunday church going, funeral, wedding, best outfit. Once that got a little shabby, it moved down into the daily wear and you got a new outfit. We don't live like that anymore. Now you can get a $3 t-shirt at the Dollar General. You know, clothing became cheap and easily accessible. So this older man, when he got up, when he was young, and he got up in the morning, he didn't have to think about what he was going to wear. He only had a choice of one. Now, this older man, when he hit 17 or 18, he joined Uncle Sam's military because that's what you did back then. Uncle Sam made you a man, and he gave you 3 outfits. One you wore yesterday, one you're wearing right now, and your dress, blues, whites, whatever your branch was. So when you got up in the morning, you were told what the dress of the day was, and that's what you wore. And then he got out of the military, and within 6 months, he was married because that's what you did back then. You found yourself a good woman, you settled down. And wife's job was to stay home, cook, clean, take care of the kids, and lay out his clothes for the next day. So when he got up in the morning, he didn't have to figure out what to wear. So this man is gone 80, 90 years with never having to pick an outfit. And all of a sudden you're in this room going, what do you want to wear today? I don't know. So what these men do, and I just find this adorable, to overcome this, when you open the closet, you'll see the same pair of pants 14 times. And you'll see the same shirt in different colors. And they're all mix and match. Doesn't matter what you pull out, it's all going to work. And that's okay. That's a coping mechanism. But we need to understand that that's why their closets look like this, because that's a skill they don't necessarily have, is putting an outfit together. They didn't never need to develop it. They are not stupid. Do not ever equate the ability to put an outfit together with being stupid. Okay. These people ran multi-million-dollar corporations. They have skills that we will never, ever, ever be able to tap into. But choosing an outfit may not be one of those. Okay. So if an older man seems to be struggling, if you ask him, what do you want to wear today? And he seems to be struggling, it may be because he truly doesn't really know what's going to go together. You can make a suggestion if you see he's struggling. But be nice. Be nice. Hey, Henry, I really like this color on you. You want to try this shirt today? Okay. Be nice. Does that make sense? Any questions on that? On dressing? All right. So supplies for this, pretty easy. You need a barrier for the table. We always need a barrier if we're going to use supplies. We're going to get that first. Then we're going to get clean clothing, whatever the patient chooses, and a privacy blanket because we have them undressed. Step-by-step instructions are there, but let's look at the bottom. Regarding the test thinks that somebody with your level of experience, which is none, should be able to dress this person in 14 minutes or less. Now, I know I've taken 14 minutes to get dressed before, but that's usually because I can't decide what I want to wear that day. But when it comes to actually putting on clothes, it does not take 14 minutes. This is way longer than you need to do this skill. So please do not rush. Very important. Please do not rush. Okay. The second thing I want to point out here is the mannequin. This is going to be done on a mannequin, just like this. Mannequins don't bend as well as people, but please be very careful not to break the mannequin. Because if you break the mannequin, you have broken a real person. These are steel cables holding this thing together. And yes, people do break the mannequins. Once you get in here and start playing with these, check out her feet. Don't break the mannequins. So we want to be careful not to overextend, not to bend things unnaturally. Make sure that we're supporting extremities as we lift them. Be gentle. Now, the other thing about mannequins I want to talk to you about is the evaluator is going to play the voice of the mannequin. I told you, you've got to ask them what they want to wear. It's a mannequin. So you're going to ask the mannequin, what do you want to wear today? And the evaluator is going to describe an outfit for you. They're going to play the voice of the mannequin. The mannequin's going to be in bed. Charting is not required. Good? All right, so let's talk about some skill-specific steps for this. So if you remember, on Monday, we did an activity where I read a checkpoint. You had to figure out which principle the checkpoint was on. Well, each skill has a specific principle itself. So these are the important checkpoints that you don't want to miss. So we're going to ask about clothing preference. We went over that already. We're going to get clothing before undressing. Why would that be important? Why would we want to gather the clothing before we undress the patient? Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a testing checkpoint. You got to ask yourself, why is this a testing checkpoint? This should be common sense. Nobody should be undressing a patient and then leaving them to go get clothes. But apparently it's happening because it is a testing checkpoint. Yeah, your coworkers may be your biggest challenge. If we're going to lift any body part, we always lift from below with a flat palm. We are not the claw machine at Walmart that you put the quarters in and try to get the stuffed animals out of, right? So if I'm going to lift a leg, I am not doing this. Because, yes, see that foot? Because when you do that, when you lift from above, your fingertips have to grasp, and extremities have some weight to them, which means your fingertips dig in and you're going to bruise them. But the leg could also fall accidentally and injure the patient. So when we lift anything, a leg, an arm, anything, we're always going to lift from below, supporting at the joints. So supporting under the heel and under the knee. Okay. Make sense? We're going to undress the strong arm first and dress the weak arm first. And the way we remember this is USA first. Now, I'm going to explain why this is important, right? Dressing side to side, we already know is easier. But if we undress the strong arm first, let's imagine I've got a jacket on and I'm going to undress the strong arm first. Well, my care plan says my right arm is weak, so this is the weak arm. The left arm can move any way I need it to. So that means that left arm can pull out of that sleeve and we're going to make it do all the work. Then when we get over here, that clothing just slides right off. I don't have to move a whole lot. Now, when we get dressed, we want to reverse it. Clothing slides on, not a lot of movement. And we're going to make the stronger arm finish dressing, do all the motion. So that's why it's USA first. Undress strong arm first. And then we'll dress the weak arm first. Okay. We want to make sure we don't overextend our force movement. I told you about that. Look at our feet. Adjust the clothing for neatness. This is a graded checkpoint. Again, it makes me like, what are these people doing out there? Right. But if you're buttoning or snapping, make sure you're doing it right. Don't have it all, cattywampus. Give these people some dignity. Make sure their clothing looks right. Dirty items go in the hamper. Well, duh. Yep, dirty laundry. And we're going to put the call light in the stronger hand. Now, why would that be important? Yeah, the arm is weak or affected. The arm is something. So we don't want to put the call light in that arm. We want to make sure that they can get in touch with us.
What's the call light?
The call light is a way for them to contact us when they need us. So if you look over here, this is a call light. It's got a button on it. It's a way for them to contact us. When they press the button, it's going to ring at the nurse's station and a light over the door will go off and it'll start to ding or buzz. Bzz, bzz, or ding, 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 ding. It'll let you know that somebody in that room needs help. Okay. Wrong way. Wrong way. Come back. Come back. Come back. All right. So any questions on that? No? Kind of understand a little bit about what we're doing here? I'm going to show you the video for this one again because it's got good close-ups. And I need you to see specifically how I lift the foot when I put the sock on because you want to provide support underneath. How I pull the pants over the hips because the patient's laying in bed. And how I put the shirt on the affected arm. So I'm going to gather it up, put my hand through like we're shaking hands, hold her hand, and then transfer it over. That keeps her fingers from bending backwards, keeps them all together. So I want you to pay, and the video has very good close-ups. When I did these videos, I'm getting ready to redo them, but when I did these videos, I actually taped each one 6 times with different camera angles and then spliced all that together. I'm getting ready to redo the videos in the next, I'm thinking over winter break probably. So we'll have some new ones coming up for next year, but they're demonstrated according to prometric principles. So the way you see me do these is the way you want to do them for the test. Now, all of these videos are on our website for you to be able to access at any time. So you can go back and watch them. They're also on YouTube. They're in our course. They're pretty much everywhere. All right, so let me show you this one. Remember I said that the test is giving you 12 minutes to do this skill. Is it 12 or 14? 14 minutes to do this skill. Okay. So let me show you something. Okay, so you have 14 minutes to do it. This entire video is 7 minutes long. And that includes the opening where I'm telling you what supplies you need, the book page, all of that, and the end credits. So you got all the time you need. Can I get you to hit those 2, the front 2, the closest to you? Yeah, thanks. Hello, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patti. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I'm here to help you get dressed. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. The first thing that I'll get is a barrier to put on my table to make sure that my supplies remain clean. Mrs. Jones, what would you like to wear today? Your light pink pants and dark pink shirt? Okay. Is this the outfit that you described? Wonderful. I'll get a privacy blanket as well. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to throw this privacy blanket out over you. This will keep you warm
and help protect your privacy as we do this film. I'm going to carefully unfold the blanket. Be careful not to snap or shake it as I lay it out over you. Once the blanket's in place, I'll pull your sheet down to the end of the bed. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to place your socks on now. We'll take one of the socks, scrunch it all the way up to the toe seam, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel. Now we'll go to the other side. We'll scrunch this sock up, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel, minimizing wrinkles. Now we'll help you put your pants on. We're going to make sure the tag is in the back. I'm going to insert one of my arms into the legs of the pants and scrunch it up so I have control over all the material. We'll then place it over your foot, lift from below, and smooth it over your heel. We're going to repeat on the side. I'm going to put my hand inside to scrunch up the leg of the pants. And then place it over your foot. Lifting from below and supporting at the heel while we finish putting on your pants. Okay, Mrs. Jones. Now I'm going to lift your pants up over your hips. If I can have you raise up your hips as high as you can on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll make sure that your pants are over your hips and then cover me back up. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to elevate the head of the bed now. Please tell me when you're comfortable. And if I can assist you to lean forward, I'll untie your hip. Thank you. I'm going to tuck a corner of the blanket behind your back as you sit back. And now I'll remove the gown from this side. We're going to undress the strong arm first. Since our care plan indicated your right arm is weak, we'll undress your left arm first. I'm going to the other side of the bed now. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to undress this arm. Being careful to minimize the movement and support the arm at the elbow as I lift it off the bed. We'll remove the soiled gown. We'll go ahead and rest your arm back on the bed. Okay, now I'm going to assist you with your shirt. I'm going to scrunch up the arm of the sleeve and put my hand through backwards, keeping your arm supported on the bed. I'm going to lift your hand and hold it as if we're shaking hands. This will keep all your fingers together as we place the sleeve over my hand and then over yours. Once we have the sleeve in place on your arm, we'll extend your arm out. I'll support at the elbow as I bring the sleeve the rest of the way along your arm. If I can have you sit forward, Miss Jones, let me assist you. Thank you. Make sure that you remain covered and smooth the shirt along your back. Come on back, Mrs. Jones. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to assist you putting your other arm in your sleeve. So I'll stretch it up. Put my hand in through backwards. And Miss Jones, if I can have you reach your arm up and back for me. I'll assist you to put your arm in the sleeve. Okay, Miss Jones, we'll press your arm back on the bed now. We'll straighten your shirt and make sure that it is snapped appropriately. Okay, let's adjust it something to make sure it's neat. Can I have you move forward for me, please? Thank you. I'll make sure that this blanket can be moved. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm just going to gather up your privacy blanket and place it in soiled linen along with your gown. I'll be right back. Okay, Mrs. Jensen, just want to adjust your clothing for neatness appearance, make sure that it's fastened appropriately and that you look good. Very nice. Okay, you have your call light here if you should need anything. Can I get a magazine for you? Okay, I'm just going to throw your barrier away. And open your privacy curtain. Now we'll go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
How about that?
All right. Can you grab that light for me, please? Any questions on that?
What if they can't lift the bottom?
What's that?
What if they can't lift their booty, they bottom up?
Well, you can still shimmy up over their hips. You just kind of rock them side to side and you shimmy it up over their hips. But every patient's going to have a different accommodation. You're going to kind of have to figure out how to work with that patient. If they're able to communicate, I ask. Yeah, the patients know themselves better than we would ever know them. So you can ask, hey, how do we normally pull your pants up here? If they can communicate. If they can't communicate, I'll probably ask the nurse. You know. If not, we're going to figure it out. Okay, but every patient's going to be a little bit different with how they do that. But just by rocking them back side to side, you turn them a little bit on this side, pull this side up, turn them a little on this side, pull this side up. But again, if somebody can't move well, if they're very large and they can't move well on their own, we're probably not putting pants on them. It'll be a gown.
Pretty move.
Yes, pretty moo-moos. All right, questions on that one? We're moving right along. 2 skills down. We've got a whole bunch of principles behind us now, 7 of them. So we're, and truthfully, you've already got a little bit of linen rules as well, because I give that to you during privacy blanket too. There you go. All right, so let's move on here to page 35. All right, so the care plan at the top of page 35 says patient will be lying in bed for the skill. Take the patient's radial pulse, and they don't even expect you to know where the radial pulse is. They're going to tell you it's measured at the wrist, and record your readings. We're going to count for 1 full minute according to this care plan. So there's a couple of different pulse points on the human body. The one that we're probably most familiar with is the radial pulse at the wrist. The second most common one that we're familiar with is here, the carotid. And if you've ever gone to like a gym and had a personal trainer, they probably trained you to take your pulse, because when you're doing cardio activities, you want to get your pulse rate up for a certain amount of time to have good cardio protective effects. So a lot of times you've been trained to do that. It's also the one that we use for CPR on purpose. If you're taking your own carotid pulse, you're clearly not dead, right? You're putting your fingers up here and you're feeling your own carotid pulse. And you're okay with that because you're the one in control. But if I was to try to take your carotid pulse and put my hand around your neck, how comfortable are you? Probably not real comfortable, right? Yeah.
Stranger thing.
Feels weird. Yeah. There is a stranger with their hand around my throat. This is not cool. Not cool. So we don't use the carotid unless we think the patient is dead. It's a good time to use the carotid because if they're uncomfortable, they're not dead. right? Good way to find out. But it's a very large artery and it's close to the surface. So that's why we use it for CPR, because if they've got a pulse, we're going to feel it there because it's a large artery close to the surface. But for general principles, we don't use that one unless it's for CPR. But there are other pulse points as well. There's brachial here, which we're going to use for blood pressure. There's axillary under the arms, which we use in children. There's femoral, which is in the groin. Do not use that one to take a pulse on a patient. Right? You think putting your hand around somebody's neck is awkward. Right? You put your hand in their groin, they're definitely not going to think you're there for the pulse. There's also one behind the knee, which is the popliteal. And then there's one on the top of the foot called the dorsal pedalis. So we've got a lot of pulse points in the human body, but I want you to remember something we learned on Monday. CNAs do normal. None of those pulse points are normal other than radial, brachial for blood pressure, carotid for dead. Okay, those are our normal pulse points. Where a lot of people go wrong here is for the test, they try to get fancy. They want to show the evaluators how much they know. So they'll take a stethoscope in and start listening to the heart rate to get a pulse. That's not what you were told to do. We stick to the script. Okay, so our script, yep, care plan, nothing but the care plan. So our care plan tells us to count the radial pulse measured at the wrist for 1 full minute and document our readings. Don't need very many supplies for this one. You need some sort of timing device. And remember I said for the test, there's a clock right above the bed and one right above the sink. So you don't even need to wear a watch. There's a clock right there with a second hand. You'll need a pen to write it down, and you'll need a documentation form, which you can see right here. So if it's a documentation skill that we're learning, you will always see the documentation form on this page. But you can also turn to page 120 and 121 in your book. I know we went over this on Monday. When you start this, the test, when you get a documentation form, they're going to hand it to you. You want to put that documentation form in a very visible place so you don't forget it. Forgetting to document a pretty, it's a very serious deficiency, but it's also very common. 120 and 121. So that's our documentation. I'm going to come back here in just a minute. Testing, test specific information. It says somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this within 5 minutes. Remember, we're counting for 1. Put an opening in front of it and a closing behind it. You still don't have 5 minutes. Lots of time. Don't rush. The person you're doing this on is a live person. Well, that makes sense. Dead ones don't have pulses. Mannequins don't have pulses. So you may be a patient for this. Patient's going to be lying in bed. This is a documentation skill. Normal is between 60 and 100. What would you do if you got 48? Tell the nurse. Yeah, you can double check to make sure, but you're going to tell the nurse. What do you do if you get 114? Double check if you want. Tell the nurse. We don't solve that problem. And you can be off by 4 beats in either direction and still be accurate for the test. So I want to go back up to this documentation form for a second. If you notice on the documentation form, you have a place for 2 readings. That's because in Florida, we have 2 evaluators. So if I come over here for a second. Let me use her just because it's, all right. So in Florida, we have 2 evaluators. The patient has 2 arms, but you're on one of them. That means only one of the evaluator can monitor your performance at a time. The evaluators have to go by the care plan too, so they can't use any other pulse points. So you're on one side of the patient finding the pulse, one of the evaluators on the other side of the patient finding the pulse. you're going to look at the clock and pick a starting point, and you're going to say, start. And you're going to count the thumps you feel under your finger. We'll get to that in just a second. You're going to count the thumps you feel until that second hand goes all the way around to that point again. And you're going to say, stop. That way they start counting when you do, they stop counting with you when you do, and hopefully you get the same number. But then once that's done, you have to count again with the second evaluator. You're going to have to do this skill twice. Does that make sense? Now, this is going to kind of break what I've preached to you so far, though. That's why I hate this skill. Because I've told you that when you are done with a skill and you're going to document, you're going to go wash your hand, do your closing, wash your hands, and then document, and then wash again. We talked about that during the closing. They don't expect you to do all that for the test. They're going to let you write down the first one and then pick up, count with the second one, and then you will do your closing, wash your hands, document, wash your hands again. So they're going to let you shorten this a little bit, but it's going to go against our rule. Does that make sense? You can, if you want to, you can go wash your hands, you can document, you can start all over, you can do all that, but they're just trying to shorten this for you. Now, a question I get asked a lot is, what if I lose count? You can start the skill as many times as you need to. But if you're going to start the skill again, don't talk to the evaluator. You're not supposed to be talking to the evaluator. Does not matter in your life at all. Who should this skill be about? The patient. So if the evaluator knows you're starting to recount, that's great, but that doesn't mean the patient does. So you need to talk to the patient. I'm so sorry, Miss Jones. I lost track. Must be thinking about lunch. I'm going to start again. Trust me, those evaluators, pretty smart cookies. They'll keep up. Okay. Talk to the patient, not the evaluator. You should have very, very, very little to say to that evaluator. They're a fly on the wall. Everything in your life is about you and this body. Okay. Does that make sense? But you can start over as many times as you need to. No big deal. You have 5 minutes, but that doesn't mean that at 5 minutes, the skill shuts off, because the test is timed for the entire test, not each segment. So I want to talk to you a little bit about test timing. So we're going to come back here to page 35 in just a minute, but for right now, I want you to go to page 56. All right, so when you get your testing care plan, they're going to tell you how much time you have to do all 3 of these skills. It's not based on per skill. They're not going to say you've got 5 minutes to do this one, 12 minutes to do this one. They don't do that. It's you have got 33 minutes to do these skills. Okay, but I want to explain to you how they come up with this, because there's a formula and it's right there on their page for you. But they're going to each skill has a certain time. We've seen that on our skill pages at the bottom of each skill page. Has a certain time. So they're going to add all those up. But then they're also going to give you 3 minutes for hand washing separate, a whole nother 3 minutes for hand washing. So it doesn't count against any of your skill time. And then they're going to give you a whole nother 5 minutes just for thinking. They call it transition time. So you get tons of time. So let's kind of see how much time we would have. Somebody give me a number 1 to 11. Somebody. 7. No, anything but 7. Sorry.
Of course.
3. Okay. So here we go. On that page 76, in the first column, you see a chart.
56.
I'm sorry, 56. Sorry about that. The first column, you see a chart, and it has the name of the skill and the time associated with it. Everybody with me? All right. So how much time would you have for respirations? 5 minutes. So somebody write down 5 minutes. How much time would you have for range of motion? 4 minutes. How much time do you have for dressing a resident with a weak arm? Boy, we just did that
14.
one. 14. So if you added 5 plus 4 plus 14, what do you get? 23. Should be 23. 14 plus 9 is 23. Okay. Now let's add 3 minutes into that for hand washing. So now we've got 26. And let's add 5 minutes in for thinking. So now we have 31. So for this skill set, you have 31 minutes to do the whole skill set. So if you had to start over, you could. You've got plenty of time in there to do that. But if you're starting over and starting over and starting over and starting over, the evaluators are probably going to think that you don't really need to be testing yet. You're not ready. So let me explain to you a little bit about the evaluators. They're pretty cool people. They are nurses, RNs, that have been working in nursing for longer than most of you have been alive. Okay. They're usually a little older. They have on average 10 to 20 years experience. Most of that is in a supervisory role. And a lot of them are were teachers, CNA or nursing instructors at some point. Okay. They are getting paid by the day, not by the hour, by the day. You are the only thing standing between them and their swimming pools with their margaritas. So if that's where they want to be, they want to come in, get their work done, and leave. So if you are starting the skill over and over and over and over, you are standing in the way of their margarita and they are not going to be impressed. Okay. So you want to have a certain level of confidence and competence when you go take the test. The sooner you can get in and out, the happier they're going to be.
Bring this back to what you said the other day. So like, you know how when there's the different groups or whatever, and you have about this much time, do they actually like, so let's say somebody finishes a little bit earlier than you would go after, or they would wait that time?
Usually, when they give you that time, they're pretty good because they've been doing this for a long time. They're pretty good at they're assuming it's going to take most of you. You may have 31 minutes. They're assuming it's going to take most of you between 17 and 19. I mean, that's pretty much the average. So when they give you that, you need to be back in this amount of time. That's what they're basing it on.
You said that we have to do for the clinical part, we have to do 3 skill sets. The time total to complete all the 3 skill sets is 33 minutes.
It depends on the skills that you get. So like this one, this skill, it takes most people with your level of experience 5 minutes to do. This one, 4 minutes. This one, 14 minutes. They add these up. They give you 3 minutes for hand washing, 5 minutes for transition or thinking, and that gives you your total amount of time. It may be 31 minutes. It may be 33. It could be 39. It depends on the 3 skills you get and how much time each one of those skills is allotting you. Okay. So each one of these has a different amount of time associated with it. And they're going to tell you that when you get your skill set, they'll tell you, these are your 3 skills. We're going to read them to you and you will have 31 minutes to complete them. Now, hold on one second, keep that thought, but I'm probably going to answer it. It's not an automatic fail if you go over time though. So if this skill set gives us 31 minutes, the test doesn't start immediately. So let's say that you're testing. I read these to you. I tell you how much time. I hand it to you. You get to decide when you're going to start. So you can stop and read this. You can think about your spies. You can do your game plan. You know, you can kind of think. And then when you're ready, you're going to say, I'm ready to begin. Now, when you do that, one of those evaluators is going to write down in the margin where the clock is, what time you started. So they have something concrete to go on. So they write down the minute that you're starting. So in this case, 27. They write 27 in the margin. So they know you have 31 minutes. So they compute 31 minutes from that. And now they know when you should be ending. Okay. Which would be, so 20, 31, so 108. You would have till 108. They write that in there too. So at 1:03, 5 minutes before your time is up, because they've computed all that, 5 minutes before your time is up. If you're still going, they're going to tell you 5-minute warning. That tells you heads up, you're running out of time. Speed it up. Anything without a check mark at 31 minutes is a deficiency. It's not an automatic fail. Get as many check marks in as you can before your time runs out. Supersonic speed. Okay, super quick. You can do most of these skills within that 5 minutes. But anything you don't get to just counts as a deficiency. It's not an automatic fail if you go over time. You just don't get whatever you didn't get to.
Yeah, actually answered one of my questions I was gonna ask you. The other part, is there 2 parts to getting the CNA license aside from the clinical bit?
Yes, you have a clinical test and a written test. The written test is 60 questions, multiple choice on a computer, and it's generally done after the clinical test.
For everyone we get wrong, is that it's down a certain percentage? Is that what you said?
No, the clinical test, what you miss, it depends on how important it is. Okay, it's based on a weighted grade. So forgetting to put the head of the bed up for mouth care, super important, going to count a lot. Not putting a towel on their chest, not as important, won't count as much. For the written test, it's you have to pass each section. So there's 5 sections. There's 9 questions in some, 13 in others, 15 in others. You have to pass each section. Okay. We're going to talk a little bit more about the written test coming up in I think the end of next week. Okay. So do you guys understand skills timing a little bit better now? Go back to page 35 for me. All right, so let's learn what a pulse is. So you have a heart on the left side of your chest, the heart squeezes. When the heart squeezes, it pushes out a wave of blood. The blood's going to travel through your arteries, but it travels in waves. So that wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes the one in front of it. And this is what it looks like inside your artery. There's like bulges where the waves are, and they kind of move through. If we count the number of bulges, then we know how many times that heart beat because the heart made the wave. That makes sense? That's what a pulse is. We're just counting how many times did the heart beat. Oops. Wrong one. How many times did the heart beat? Because each beat made a wave. If we press down on the artery just a little bit lightly, then we can feel those waves underneath our fingers. That's all a pulse is. So if you press down on the artery, you can feel the thumps, count the thumps. That's how many times the heart beat. That's a pulse. That's what we're counting here. Normal is between 60 and 100. That's what we're hoping for. Normal is between 60 and 100. Where's my pulse ox? got a mess over here. Hold on a minute. There it is. Okay. So this is one of those skills that I think is going to go away at some point. I would imagine in the next couple of years, they're going to get rid of this and they're going to put in donning and doffing PPE. So putting on gown and booties and mask and goggles, because there's a certain order you have to do that in. I would imagine that's going to take the place of this at some point because very few people are actually taking manual pulses anymore. We're using this. This is a pulse ox. Now, pulses are always measured over a minute, always. Any pulse rate that you get ever, forever and ever is going to be over a minute. That doesn't mean that we're going to count for a full minute, though. If you look at a clock, a full minute is made up of 4 15-second segments, right? 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds gives you a minute. So in most cases, we're just going to count for that 15 seconds, multiply that by 4 to get our minute, and that's what we report. And that works 99% of the time. But there are some times where we need something a little more accurate. Maybe we're going to give a medication, or maybe we just did and we want to evaluate the effectiveness. Maybe the patient's having a panic attack, or there's a million, you know, I don't, maybe it's irregular. And if it's irregular, a 15-second count isn't going to help you because it's irregular. So if that's the case, the care plan would say 1 full minute, like what we just read. So our care plan is having us count for the full minute. But most of the time, you're just going to count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4. Even more common, you're going to put this on somebody's finger, and it's going to give you the pulse rate over that minute. So if you look at mine, it tells you my pulse rate is 93. So my heart right now is beating 93 times a minute. That's because I'm up and active and talking, and it's a little bit higher. Normal is between 60 and 100. So I'm still normal. So we don't need to report this to the nurse. So because we have an easy way of taking a pulse, we don't use the manual one very much anymore. Okay. I would expect this skill is going to go away at some point. But right now, we still have to learn it because it's still part of the test, and you may still get it for testing. But pulses are always measured over 1 minute. They're always reported over 1 minute. We can take shortcuts, but they're always reported over a minute.
Have you sanitize that before you do it each time?
No. But it's no different than a doorknob on a restaurant. You know, a table at Chili's. Yeah, no, it's just, you'd be surprised looking around. 99% of what surrounds you is called a multi-touch surface. It means you're not the only one touching it. And like I said, your immune system needs a little bit of a workout every day to stay strong. So it's a multi-touch surface. Now, if we know that somebody has a contact precaution, right? We know they've got something we can catch, then they would certainly disinfect it after that. No, because it won't read through the glove. No. It actually measures the amount of oxygen circulating through, and it can't penetrate the latex very well. So does that kind of make sense, everybody? Pulse ox? If you have a written test question, something along the lines of pulse rates are always reported over what period of time? 1 minute is your answer. Pulse rates are always reported over a minute. How many times did that heart beat a minute? Okay. So now let me show you where to find a radial pulse. So radial pulses are located at the very, very top of the bendy part of your wrist, where your lines are. Don't try to go down here. It's not going to help you. There's too much tissue there. So at the lines, like right where your thumb starts to branch up. If you hold, now, I'm sorry, real quick. We're going to use 2 fingers, not your thumb. Do not use your thumb. Your thumb has an artery in it. You'll get your own pulse. That doesn't help you. 2 fingers. And you want to use your fingertips, not the flat part. So don't lay your fingers on like this because you're not going to feel it as effectively. Your fingertips have way more nerve endings than the flat part. So if you put your hand out like you're going to shake somebody's hand. So your thumb's pointing up, hand out, thumb's pointing up. Right at the top of your wrist, you have a bone. So find that bone at the top of your wrist and put your fingers there where the lines are, the bendy part on the bone. And then you roll your fingers forward and put your thumb on the back. You should feel thumps under your finger. Yeah. So what we're doing is we're actually pushing that artery up against the bone so we can feel those waves going through. So it's on the bone, at the bendy part, roll forward, thumb on the back. Now, some of you are just going to put your fingers there, feel it, and think, oh, I'm good. Don't forget the thumb on the backside. This is probably the most important step, is putting your thumb on the backside, because if I put my fingers here, I'll feel my pulse. It's fine. But I have to count for 1 full minute. My fingers are going to relax. I can't control that. It's automatic. They will relax. And then I'm going to lose the count. If you put your thumb on the backside, it holds your fingers in a C shape. That holds consistent pressure. You won't lose the count. Now, I'm going to teach you a little trick. This isn't for the test. You can use it or not. But I'm going to teach you a trick about timing. So we're going to use the clock to figure out how long a minute is. So I'm going to pick any starting point on the clock. Doesn't matter where it is. When the second hand gets to the 7, I'm going to say start. Now I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't want to be looking at that clock because my brain is going to interpret stimuli in a very specific order. You can't change this. It's psychology. It's built in. Your brain will always pay attention to what it sees first. If I'm looking at that second hand, my brain is counting the seconds. Then you'll pay attention to what you hear. If I can hear the ticking of the clock, my brain is counting the seconds. Then your brain will pay attention to what you feel. Feeling is way down on the list, and that's what we're trying to count. So when you're taking a pulse, you don't want to be staring at that clock. You're going to pick your starting point. You're going to look at it, say start out loud, and you're going to look away. Now, I guarantee you a minute is a whole lot longer than you think it is. And over time, you're going to glance back up there. Oh my gosh, it's only been 10 seconds. And then you're going to wait a little bit, wait a little bit, wait a little bit, and glance back up. Oh, we're at 20. Minutes a very long time. So you don't want to stare at that clock. You're just going to glance back and forth. But you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got to remember where you started, and that's hard to do. So one hand has the pulse. The other hand has nothing to do. So we're going to put it to work. And the way I do this is if I start on the 1, second hand on the 1, this hand keeps track of it. If I start on the 2, this hand keeps track of it. If I start on the 3, this hand keeps track of it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm not starting on the 11. I'll wait till it gets to 12. But you can make this hand keep track of where you started. That way, when you're counting, you don't lose track. You don't have to try to remember, and that messes up your count. Good. One more tip about this. And we kind of talked about it a little bit, but when you are counting, okay, so I'm short. This is easy for me because I'm close to the bed. I'm short. Most of you guys are taller than me. You're going to have a problem. It means you're going to have to bend a little bit to make this work. And bending, remember I said minute's a long time, bending over like this for a minute can put a lot of stress on your lower back. You can raise the bed to a comfortable working height if you want to, no problem. Raise the bed if you want to. But at the end of the skill, you have to remember to lower it fully all the way down. Not until it's good enough. Do we ever use good enough? All the way down. So if you raise the bed to a comfortable working height, remember to lower it during your closing at the end of the skill. But there's a way to do this where you never have to raise the bed. Instead of bending to the patient's wrist, instead of bending down, elevate their forearm. Keep the elbow on the bed though. Don't do this. Elbows always have to be supported either by the bed or by your hand, but elbows get supported. But if you raise the forearm and find the pulse, you don't have to raise the bed. Okay. Does that make sense? All right. So we're going to do this together. First, the first thing I want you to do is find your pulse. So everybody find your pulse. Find your pulse. If you have trouble finding your pulse, let me know and I'm going to come help you. You're going to start kind of light and gradually increase your pressure. You don't want to go in like full guns blazing and really clamp down because it's like a straw. Too much pressure, you'll cut it off. Nothing will get through. You won't feel any thumps. You don't want to go in too light though, because now if you're too light, you're not pressing down enough to get the thumps. So you want to find that Goldilocks zone, right? Start light, little harder, little harder, little harder, little harder until you pick up your thumps. Everybody find your own pulse? No? Don't use your thumb. 2 fingers. You want to use your fingertips. Just going to get way up here. Bend your fingers. Put your thumb on the bed. Press a little harder. You got to press a little harder. Find it. Find it. Find it. Okay. Find it. Okay. All right. Find somebody else's.
That's where I'm like, okay, I can find it online, but what about somebody else's?
Okay. Okay. So I need everybody to stand up real quick and just hang out for a second. Okay, just stay right where you're at for a second. So I'm going to take your chair real quick.
You're gonna make us do jumping jacks.
No.
That was
Here. Actually, I'm going to put this chair there. Let me have this one. I'm trying to figure out how to set this up. Okay. And then bring that chair over here. Right here. This one I can move. That table I can't move. So this one, this way. This comes this way. Whoa. Oh no, what did I drop? Is it okay? Did it break?
It was already broke.
Can you bring that black chair here? Bring this red chair here and bring that black chair there. Okay. So now, you 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to have one of you in each of these 3 chairs. Us, yep, you 3. Okay. Now, see, I want you in that red chair right there. I'm going to have you way back there. And I'm going to ask you to go sit in that red chair over there. You have to squeeze around. Okay. So you come sit here. You come sit here. sorry. And then you're going to sit here. I'm going to have you come around and sit in this black chair. You stay in your chairs. Okay. So you guys are now in groups of 3. You guys are a group. 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 The person in the middle of the group. So you, and you. Right now, you are the patient. It's going to change in a minute, but right now you're the patient. You're going to put both of your hands out, supported on the table, so that each of the other 2 people can reach your wrist. Okay, so you're going to work on this wrist. You're going to work on that one. You're going to find the pulse over here. You're going to find the pulse over there. Not yet. Just find the pulse. When you find the pulse on the hand closest to you, when you find the pulse, I want you to put your other hand up so I know who has the pulse. Okay. When I say start, I want you to count the thumps you feel under your fingers until I say stop. I'll do the timing for you. All you have to do is count. Everybody got it? Ready, set, start. Trying to find a place I can do this. Stop. What'd you get? Okay. What'd you get? Yep. What'd you get? Okay.
69.
Okay.
73. 73.
Okay. Very good. All right. So remember, normals between 60 and 100. Nobody's dying in here, so that's good. Awesome. All right. So one of the other 2 is now the patient, and the patient is now a CNA. You can change seats if you want to, or you can just move, hold your arms out. Doesn't matter. Remember, it's at the top of the wrist, the thumb side of the wrist, the top. So you're actually on the ulnar pulse. I need your fingers way up here at the very top of this. Yeah. Okay, when you have the pulse, hold your other arm up so I can see that you're good. Press a little bit harder. You okay over there? Get it? Okay. All right, ready, set, start. Stop. What'd you get over there?
63.
Okay. Okay, very good. Okay. Okay. You lost it. That's okay. Right. All right, last person is now the patient.
That's right.
I had no good days. Oh, I could have gone there, but I couldn't.
All right, when you find the pulse, put your other hand up so I know everybody's got it. Do you need help? Need help? Okay. Need help? I trapped myself in. I'll come right over to you in a second. So I want you to press just a little bit harder. Got it? Okay. You got it now? Okay, ready? Are you over there? Okay. No, it's fine. Right. You're in the right place. Just press a little harder. Got it? All right, everybody ready? Start. Stop. What'd you get? What'd you get? Okay. What'd you guys get over there? Okay. Okay.
I got it down.
Okay. What'd you guys get?
76.
Okay.
Her pulse is weird because it's a little hard and then very medium.
I'm going to explain that right now. So go ahead and resume your seats. Put the tables back where they go.
Thank you, sorry.
Oh, that was mine, but this one was. I think I was over there.
And I got the good stuff. I won't
It's all right.
Oh.
Thank you. You're on camera, smile.
Oh, sorry, guys. I know, musical chairs. All right. So remember that the pulse is at the top of the thumb side of the wrist. If your fingers are down here, you're actually getting a different pulse. It's called the ulnar pulse. And then we're going against the care plan. It's a much weaker pulse, smaller artery. And remember, we're feeling for a wave of blood moving through an artery, not a vein. This is not a vein. This is not where we get blood. Don't ever try to get blood from an artery. It'll squirt at you. Really, really hard to stop bleeding. So we don't want to do that. So we're trying to feel an artery and we want the radial one. So it's at the top of the thumb side of the wrist. Remember that normal is between 60 and 100. If you get anything outside of that, you need to let the nurse know and she'll try to figure, or he will try to figure out what to do about it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay.
Anything that's below 60 or anything that's over 100, is that still considered a concern?
That's for the nurse to figure out. Not for us. We just report it. Sometimes it's a concern, sometimes it's not. It depends. Sometimes with, go ahead,
Didn't you say we can go 4? Was it 4? Yeah.
4 over or 4 under and still be accurate. Yep. So you have a margin of error there. Yeah. So in some people, the heart rate speeds up, slows down, speeds up, slows down, speeds up, slows down. That's all because of space. Because in your chest cavity, you've got the heart, but you've also got lungs. As the lungs inflate, they take up more room, squeezes the heart rate speeds up because it's going, whoa. The lungs deflate, the heart relaxes, it goes, ah. So speeds up, slows down, speeds up, slows down, it's fine. You're normal. You're good.
It doesn't have to be like a constant.
No, it may, yeah. This is especially common in younger people and the very, very thin people. And it's all because of space in the rib cage. I mean, ribs, they're bone. You got spine on the back, you got sternum in front, you got ribs, not a whole lot of space in there. Okay. Make sense? Questions? Did you learn anything today?
Yes, on that.
Okay, so, oops, one more thing. Sorry, one more thing here.
Are you having a good day?
Okay, so these are the important things. I got 2 more minutes, guys. Don't give up on me yet. These are the important things that we want to remember when we're doing these skills. These are checkpoints. So we're always going to support the arm. Always report over 1 minute. Normals between 60 and 100. We're going to use our fingertips, not the flat areas. We're not going to use our thumb to take the pulse. Radial pulse is at the top of the thumb side of the wrist. They start and stop. We're going to count with both evaluators. Don't forget to document both readings. So these are your checkpoints for this particular skill, but we've gone over all of them. They should look very familiar to you now. Doesn't have to be flat. It just, yep, right. You can bend the arm at the elbow, but you can't have it up in the air like this. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So, remember your homework tonight. You go here. Remember your homework tonight is chapters 2 and 3. They're long, they're boring. I can't do anything about it. Good luck. But I have a review sheet for you.
Yeah, today's
Oh.
Secondary. Yeah. Yeah.
Oops. Sorry, guys. Let me print some more. I think my printer didn't print them all.
And I can't see.
All right, hold on. The rest of you guys that didn't get a review sheet, give me a second. I'm printing the rest of them. I know it's time to go. I will see you guys on Monday. Have a fantastic weekend.
Thank you so much for your time.
Do your homework, but have some fun.
Next week.
Thank you. You are an excellent teacher.
Oh, thank you.
Thank